We're back. Hey, everybody. We're all doing this. So, first things first, it's market close last night. So, GameStop sold 3.5. What's up? I did check my Twitter, saw that. It's actually, if you look at my Reddit posts, I got the screen grab. So after close, we had a huge gap up last night. We hit a high of one. We're settling down substantially lower volume range. Right now, expecting pick up it. See how the pre-market goes. I'll be updating Reddit as we go through this, but looking great. Stop sold 3.5 million. I presumed over time yesterday. Probably a lot of that sideways chop last week. Selling shares on it or in private blocks. But they had a cost basis of $157, raising a total of 500, and side break from 6.5 million. High side of the standard market is to be. Let's see here. Yeah, so up to 56.59. Updated. So still don't know really stands, but this is good news. So basically that means the floor post squeeze GME is now $107. 5 million have been sold at that price. So today I expect to see, normally I would expect to see a gap down here in the pre-market or right after open. And if we get one, we might, if the volume is low. If we do get one, that may be the last sale on GME see again, because I think the long bills are going to come in and scramble to buy this stock at a discount for any of the ones missed that offering. They're going to want to get cost basis as close to that 7 mark. So yeah, I could expect to see some pretty big jumps in our price today. I hope everyone's strapped in. Time. Oh, yeah, mic problems. Let me see what's going on here. Sorry, guys. Is that better for everybody? Yeah, I dropped the gain. Okay, awesome. I'll just go over all that again for everybody, if that'd help. Um, just real quick, the things I just said. So we gapped up to 198 in the pre-market. So there might be. I'm gonna go over that right now. So we gapped up to 198 in the post market, and we're moving into pre-market now. We could expect to see a gap down on open, but I don't think we will. I actually think volume is going to pick up all the way up until open. We're already at 133,000, which is more than we were after the opening bell yesterday. And I think the long whales are going to be scrambling to buy GME as close to that cost basis of $157 as they feasibly can. Our estimated float is now between 30 million and 56.6 million. I think that's it. Sorry about the mic issues. I've been trying to like cut down on the background noise, and it sounded great on Discord, but I guess not so much on OBS. But it doesn't. Which link? Okay, true. Um, just so you guys know, my power company contacted me today, and I may have a power outage at some point. So if that happens, I'm sorry, but I'll stay up to date on the information on Reddit. The link in my video description. I don't. A Reddit link? Let me check. I'll check that right now. Let's see. Oh, that's weird. Um, let me try to fix that real quick for everybody. All right, so that should fix any issues we're having. The Reddit link video, guys. Sorry about that. Let me know if that's working now. Good morning, guys. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, let me I already upped the gain. I don't know if I can up it anymore. So I actually don't know if we're gonna get a dip this morning. There's a possibility that we gap fill this gap up from aftermarket, but coming into like the early morning, we may just keep going up. Um, I mean, there's a possibility for a gap fill. We'll usually see them, but I've also seen GME like fill its gaps weeks and weeks after the event. So I think a lot of long whales are going to be scrambling in at market open to buy GME at the lowest price that they can get it for. By selling 3.5 million shares at 157 cost basis, um, Cohen and the other board members have effectively placed the floor of GME stock at $157. Like I don't think we're going to go below that number anytime soon. Maybe post squeeze, but it's looking really bullish, and I don't expect to see a lot of downward price action. Oh yeah, if you guys can like, that way we get more something from YouTube. That'd be cool. And let's see. Also, if you guys want to, let me, Pietro, if you can, let me know if that Reddit link's working for you now. I updated it. I don't know why it wasn't working, but it should have been correct, but changed it. Did they get borrowed? I looked at like 8:30 and there was a ton of available shares. Here, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, so it looks like they've borrowed a ton of short shares. Um, whoever's getting short shares from wherever they draw their data, they've borrowed it looks like 620,000. So that's just to push down any upward price action we might have. I think they're gonna need them. I wouldn't worry about that too much. But yeah, looking bullish. Looking bullish, looking good. Doesn't find your user. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. I exist. Like I can open it right. I just copied and pasted it. Should be working. Maybe Reddit's having issues. I'm sure a lot of because like it's the same link I had posted yesterday. So Reddit could be pretty slammed today. Um, don't be shocked if like the price goes nuts if Reddit crashes or just anything crashes. It's okay. Everything just stay calm. There are extra characters. I didn't put any extra characters at the end. All right, this is gonna drive me nuts because super OCD about these kinds of things. Let me take a look. Title description. Okay, yeah, I don't have any characters at the end. I don't know why it's doing that. All right, that should be correct. See who's closest. My end of day prediction: the moon. Or website are you using? I'm using Webull. If you guys want to sign up for it, there's a link down in the description, and you'll get I think with $100 deposit into your brokerage account, you get 2 free shares. I think when I first signed up, I got 1 Starbucks, which was really good, and then I got some awful like monetary fund that was worth like $3, but like a free coffee or whatever. Free bananas. Free bananas. Apes like free bananas. Yeah, I know, dude. 420 subs. My question is, who ruined it? You know, who was 421? And I suspect it was Pietro. I think it was you, Pietro. Pietro? Pietro? Spanish isn't the best. Yeah, I knew you were. I saw your notification pop up. Not cool. Not cool. You could have left that all day and subscribed at the end of the night. But no, it's fine. 420 has happened. There's evidence. We're good. I would like to have 420 69 subs. That'd be amazing. Are we gonna unsub to create the 420 meme over and over again? Because that'd be pretty awesome. All right, let me just update Reddit on some pre-market volume. So our volume's at 150K. It's not crazy, and we're below VWAP, which is this line here. For anybody who doesn't know, that's our volume weighted average price. Just look at it as kind of a resistance support line that floats throughout the day. Being above it is good because it puts high frequency traders and algorithmic traders, which are like computer model traders that they're executed without human input on our side. So algorithms will lean bearish below VWAP. Generally, some use other indicators for average price, but most use VWAP. Dude, if this squeezes, I'm gonna get at least 2 more subs. Slab the like button. Oh yeah, if anybody wants to hit a like or subscribe, you're welcome to do that. Or if you want to support the channel, there is a link below for our Ko-Fi. Also, for anybody that doesn't know, we got a new, I spent all night setting up a new Discord for everybody to join into, and have stream audio there. There's like a subscriber section, but I don't know how to use it. My friend set it all up for me. He's like a computer engineer. We got bots in there that moderate things, keep away hate speech and FUD and all that stuff, and filling the gap. Okay, so anytime you have price action like this here, where you see the price shoot up very quickly on like over like a very short time frame, right? Like we're on the minute chart right now, so this is 2 minutes, and we went from 169 to a high of 185.96, right? And so this is called a gap up, and you'll usually see the VWAP move with the gap up. See how the VWAP, if you look at this orange line here, it follows that gap up and it shifts the VWAP up. So sometimes, usually, you will expect, and I don't think we will because look, we're already shooting way past VWAP. Usually you would expect those to gap back down to fill that price volume before returning to previous levels. So I hope that helps you understand gapping up and gapping down. We usually look for it in the pre-market, although it can happen intraday. Yeah, I hope you guys are able to get like I set up a live audio, so anybody who's you know, driving to work, whatever you're doing, you can listen in and stay informed and up to date on the things that are going on. And actually, I think the Discord's probably in more real time than the YouTube is, because like I was like looking at the YouTube, and I think like even though I have no delays set, I still think there's like a 3 to 5 second delay just from one server to the next. So yeah, I think the Discord will actually be completely in real time. And it also, in the event of like the Moas crashing things, I think the Discord will stay up. All right. So, oh yes, I need to update Reddit. Don't let me forget. If anybody sees me forgetting to update Reddit, yell at me, because I really do want to stay on top of letting them know what's happening as well. Sorry guys, just updating Reddit real quick. So I will say one thing, my for anybody who's listening, my Reddit, and I'll make a note of it in the Reddit post as well. But anybody following the Reddit post, if the squeeze is happening, I will not be updating with any kind of frequency, as I will have multiple brokerage accounts open at the time, and I have to kind of monitor my own financials in that instance. I will attempt to, kind of jot any notes I can down, but don't expect much. I may leave the live stream running. Still setting up a plan for it, so if GME would like to wait a day, that'd be really convenient for me, but that's fine if it doesn't. I'm still setting up a plan for the Moas, and I'll do what I can to try to stay live, but much like Warden, I may not talk. I have to think about that. I don't want to influence anybody's decision making during the Moas. Only post trading halts. Yeah, I guess I'll just tell everyone now who doesn't know. The price is going to halt. It's going to stop, and trading is going to be frozen on the stock for 5 to 10 minutes, or sometimes they can drag them out even longer if they choose to investigate something. But every time the price jumps 5% after open, so during the opening like 15 minutes, I think the circuit breakers are more extended. I think they have like a 20% cap before they trigger. It's either 10 or 20. And then after open, I think after like 9:45, I believe they become a 5% automatic circuit breaker. So you can expect the stock to stop as it's climbing. And also, like, the candle right after the stop might be red for a second, but that doesn't mean that like the squeeze is over, right? It's just like people panic selling because of the stop, and that happens a lot. But just like hang in there, diamond hands, and it should just keep going right back up. Let me see if I can get to some questions here in chat. I got Reddit updated. We're just bouncing around VWAP. The volume's not crazy impressive in the pre-market, but that doesn't mean anything. Mic is coming in and out. Is that still going on? Can anybody let me know if the mic's working good now? I don't know. Maybe the mods don't like me. Who's to say? I don't think they've gained that much traction yet. Like, I mean, Warden had like 10,000 upvotes on his like daily charting. It's growing. Like, it's more and more every day. It just takes time. Yeah, there's okay, cool. Thank you guys for letting me know about the mic. I mean, now that I'm doing this, yeah, I'd love to have more traction. But just give it time. You do a good job, people will find out. I think you guys, all my minions, it's your job to. You want more people in here? Go get them. Don't hear you saying Moas is here. Yeah, well, it's not yet. Um, I hope we'll see. But it's just gonna be crazy when it happens. I just wanted to let everyone know to be mentally prepared for it. Walk away if it's too much for you to handle. Um, just remember, don't sell because you don't think you could deserve more. I know imposter syndrome can kind of trigger people on big run-ups like that, and people panic sell because that's just like the most money they've ever seen in their lives. Just think of it like a video game. You're trying to get the high score. I think 168 is the new floor. I think 157 is the new absolute floor of the stock. Based on them, selling up to possibly 10% of the float at that price. that means big investors are buying the stock at 157, which is far bigger news than I think Reddit might end up giving it credit for. Yeah, treat them like you have one. That's one way to do it. I could see people in bigger positions like, you know, breaking up their exit strategies on the way down. Yeah, actually, you know what? I read somewhere that during like the VW squeeze, some guy actually had a heart attack. He got like a call from his brokerage and they told him what his shares were worth. And he had a lot. He had like been buying VW shares since he was like a kid or something. And he was just like a laborer. He wasn't like a white collar guy or anything. And they told him like, oh, like, sir, your stocks are worth like $1,000 a share or something. And would you like us to sell? And I think he just had a heart attack. He ended up being hospitalized, but I think he did sell the shares, so he made a lot of money, and he lived. He didn't die, but yeah, get your blood thin before the Moas. That's what everybody. Yeah, that's the like. Just take a hit of an EpiPen and some aspirin, and everything's gonna be great. Yeah, right? Like imagine if you had the heart attack and didn't sell. That would have sucked. No, honestly, I think he was like one of the last shareholders of any note. And so like I think the squeeze was waiting for him. That was a weird squeeze because Porsche bought all of the company and then was just like, hey, we own all this, by the way. And the shorts had to just scramble to cover, and it was crazy. But Porsche also like lent shares out to the shorts to cover their positions. All right, 200,000 volume on opening bell, 170.5. So I'm gonna just let Reddit know the volume real quick before we move into the day here. Watch the MACD reversal. I don't even think I have MACD open on my chart right now. I mean, it looks like sold. I mean, we'll see if it comes up and crosses over again and goes to the upside. I don't. MACD is not my favorite indicator. RSI is picking up. I like RSI a lot better, but I usually trade on shorter time frames. So, but yeah, I'll leave MACD open for anybody who's interested in that. Oh, I forgot I had a GME call in here. Yeah, so I have a $200 call here. That's pretty awesome. Any other options on GME this week? Well, I'm not buying any now. That's yeah, MACD's good. Better. It's a little better in low volume situations. I don't think we're going to be in a situation. Why don't I like MACD? I don't know. It kind of seems arbitrary to me sometimes. Like it can cross over a bunch with like very little price action. Um, Sometimes you'll see like if you look like here, like see how it's like dipping in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out. It's like really hard to read MACD when it's doing stuff like that. And I know it's because the volume's low, but it can do that on like volatility as well. All right, so ding, the markets are open. I said, yeah, RSI. I also prefer like watching the candles and using VWAP. Uh, support resistance levels, I think, are pretty important. We're doing a big opening candle here. A lot of volume. A lot of volume on the opening candle. So it looks like the buy pressure is pretty good. If I zoom in here, you can see that this is the low, right? We're right here at 180.77. You see how the buy pressure is keeping the price up? So even though it's a red candle, there's a lot of pressure on it, like a lot of buy pressure. So what you're seeing is the sell pressure is just a little higher. And we're going to see like a little selling, but maybe not much. I mean, if that initial one only dropped to, let's see now, it keeps updating. So it's 178.71. Yeah, it looks like the buy pressure is pretty strong. Got a buy wall at 177. Orders are coming in, but good volume. Yeah, we're almost at 1 million, everybody. Yeah, it's the biggest volume on the opening in a long time. Is this the dip? I don't know. We'll have to see. I think like the sell pressure's high, but you gotta remember they borrowed at least 630,000 shares short, right? And we're only at 700,000 volume, so they've got some more short shares. They're just trying to push down that initial excitement um to kind of dissuade people from buying in more. That makes sense. Like they don't want us to have like big green bars because that causes FOMO. And like if FOMO comes in, it will just blow the shorts out of the water. Like the price will start jumping so fast they won't be able to keep up with their short positions. Okay, yeah. So they have I mean, yeah. And as far as we know, they have access to nigh infinite short shares. So because there's a possibility that a lot of the shares they're using aren't borrowed from anybody. They're called naked shorting. I don't want to go into it right now. It's lengthy, and there's plenty of research out there on it. Yeah, this might be the fire sale, but we're not going below 180. I mean, so like the farthest we've gone out is 178. I'd need to see a lot more weakness to believe that it looks like we're turning around, frankly. As you see, these bars are getting shorter, more buy side pressure on each one. 178's our low here, and this bar is having so something you look for is you look for this bar to extend past the length of this one. So this is trading inside the length of the previous bar or candlestick. And if it's not able to trade outside the range of this bar, that usually means a reversal. And so what they call these is doji stars. So you see over here you have the high and the low of that, and that's reversing now. Yeah, boom. And looks like we're pulling out of that dip. We'll see. Well, I mean, that volume's got to stay just as strong as it was at open, right? Let me let's take a screenshot of that for Reddit, update them on the opening. Now, so we're getting another doji star here, and then on the next candlestick, if we go up, that'll mean that we're reversing, and if we go down, that could just mean weakness in the buy pressure. So watch this closely, because if we are going to get a dip, it will be after this little battle here. We could have 1, 2, maybe even 3 of these little star symbols, right? Well, this is our third one right now. So as many as 4, but it's looking like buy side's winning currently. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. You guys keep an eye on the price for me. What time is it? Those are opening volumes. I mean, so looks like the long pressure is winning out here, guys. All right, sorry about that. Just getting my update over to Reddit. Are we now above VWAP? Yes. We just crossed here. So VWAP will generally track like the opening price pretty closely, because it adjusts as the volume adjusts, right? Because it's a volume weighted average price. But as you can see, yeah, we're now, our price is above the volume average. And it looks like we're going to move up. And volume still, it's dropping off a bit, but it's still decent. Yeah, we're going to have a hard turnaround. So we've already crossed our opening price, and it's looking bullish. And one of the ways to actually read these in the future, if you guys want to know, is we look at these candlesticks and see how these two have tails, but these are rising with no tail at the bottom, which means that all the price action is up. So people keep buying at a higher and higher price, and you'll see these candlesticks keep forming out like a staircase with no tails. And what you're looking for is some sell pressure, right? And that would indicate that you're going to see some sort of turnaround, or kind of like leveling off or consolidation. So the next resistance level that I'm looking to cross is probably 190.5. I think 190 might be strong today, but it might be like 195. They're going to try to keep us below 200. That is where they will throw the weight of their positions against us on the climb up. Is this moving? It's it's good. I won't say that it's like, this isn't like the short squeeze, if that's what you're thinking. How can I tell where resistance level is? So you can look historically here, and you can mark out the levels where the price is supported and rejected over time. And if you look at my Reddit post, I have a list of the historical support and resistances. Stop. Also, any psychological level. So any $10, $50, or $100 increment, $25 increments. So like 100, 110, 120, 125. You know, like usually increments of 5 in varying arrangements. I guess I mean. like because when people want to sell a stock, they're like, oh, I'm gonna put my sell order at 185. Or if they want to buy a stock, they usually buy at a flat number. And actually, sometimes to circumvent that, you'll see like sell walls and stuff be at like really odd increments, like 190.33, and that's to keep their sell wall from being bought up while the stock fights for the 190 price point. Yeah, so we're just consolidating a bit. That was a big, like, upward climb. We're gonna probably come back down here, test VWAP before moving up. So you see how we have this doji star here, and then that indicates that we have a reversal coming down. If now, see, this is an important point, because if we don't test VWAP, right, like if we stay above VWAP and don't actually test it, that gives us more momentum to the upside than if we test and bounce. You're welcome. Looks like we're gonna bounce though. And I'm just gonna let Reddit know about that real quick. So for anybody who doesn't know, I do live charting of the market on Reddit as well while I'm doing this. Just so people who have, like, you know, they're at work or stuck at their desk and they can't, you know, step away to listen to a stream or check the markets, they can kind of just refresh this page over and over again and find themselves the information they need. Oh, we're crossing. So yeah, so we're not going to bounce. So we didn't bounce on VWAP, but we could be bouncing on the 180 support here. So like I said, psychological levels, and the 180 is definitely one of them. And so we could see our bounce come in there as well. Warden's pop. I feel like that's a joke, but I'm not sure. Are you talking about CVVWAP? Okay. Yeah, there's your answer. Thank you, David. I don't have CVVWAP. I'm not sure that it would indicate any type of squeeze necessarily. I'm not sure if it would indicate it in advance. I know before the first, like, gamma squeeze, there was a signal on it, but I don't know if, I mean, that's not necessarily going to happen every time. It'd be cool. It'd be cool if it just always predicted short squeezes. But if it was perfect, right? Like, you know, again, anybody who used it would be a billionaire and never tell anybody about it. All right, so it looks like we're getting some resistance at 180, and if we drop through, then you can expect that morning dip that everyone loves so much. If we drop through this, here, I'll draw a support line for everybody so you guys can see on the stream. But we're looking at this 180 resistance to hold. If this doesn't hold, yeah, we could see a little bit of a sale as the buy side kind of recovers. But it looks, I mean, it looks like it's holding pretty strong. There's that resistance for you guys. People at Reddit know about that too. Okay, cool. Reddit's all updated. So we are dipping. Let me check the coffee and see if any questions. 2,000. Yeah, a lot of shares were borrowed in the pre-market, so expect the short side to have some pressure. We're gonna fight. This isn't over. They haven't given up. It broke through, but it hasn't really, it didn't break through, right? So like, you know, be careful how you word that. And like that we crossed that resistance, but if you look at the price action, we're still at it. It's just shorts, like short side is winning. Like the bears are winning, right? But like they haven't won. Like if you see them win, you'll see the price dip significantly like below this level, right? Like you'll see it drop. But we're still just like when you fight for resistance, it kind of chops like that. Do I not have Epic Pen working now? This is fantastic. I've just been drawing these things and no one sees them. Yes. Amazing. All right. Yeah, so the fight for resistance can kind of look like that, guys. It can go up and down, but all the action happens around that resistance line. But it looks like we're bouncing. This looks like a bounce. We got volume, a little bit of volume. We could use more. I would like more for a solid bounce. We might not get it. Yeah, actually, this stock likes to climb. I've noticed like between like noon and 2 p.m. And I think it's because there's the least amount of retail traders active at that time. And so I think they try to push the retail out in the morning, and then they do all their buying in the afternoon when everyone's at work, and then they just kind of let the close drift off. But that's just a theory. What's the graph under order book show? Ignore it. It's stupid. Oh yeah. Thanks for reminding me, T Gabe. If you guys can, drop a like. There's a Ko-Fi link down below if you want to help support the channel. I take a lot of time off day trading for this, and there's some like software and stuff that I would probably use those funds towards buying, so we have a little bit more market information. Unfortunately, all financial data costs money. It's lame, but it's the truth. It's like a $4 billion a year market. And lastly, subscribe. If you like what you're seeing here, make sure you see more of it. You know? Don't miss out. Yeah, dude, I need to buy a WinRAR license. I've been using the freemium version like 7 years. I'm tired of getting that notification. I almost cursed again. I'm trying not to curse, and it's very, very hard for me because it's 60% of the language I use normally. I mean, if you're a $1 billion ape, I might also be. So maybe we should probably donate to like something more worthwhile at that point than just, or we could donate to each other. I don't care. I feel like having more billions is always better. WinRAR doesn't accept bananas. Hey, what's a banana cost? Like $10? What's the price of a banana? Someone tell me. I legitimately don't know. Yeah, they make a lot of money off. It's like Microsoft, right? Like you can pirate Windows and no one cares, but like if you do it and you're a corporation, they will sue you. I'm glad somebody got the banana reference. There is always money in the banana stand. Let's not turn this into like a whole thing that's just about Arrested Development. It's a great show, but I could quickly seeing this devolve into just a Arrested Development meme channel, and I don't know if that's the movement I want to be at the forefront of. It's a great show. The saddest news I've gotten this year was that the woman who plays the mother, Jessica Walters, passed away. Jessica Walters. Yeah, Lucille. She was amazing. We're still trying to turn around and fight for a little bit higher price range. Yeah, I think it'll ruin Archer too. Or I mean, I guess they'll have to write her passing into the show. I don't know if they'll continue though. I mean, they're already on like 13 or 14 seasons at this point, so they might just not. Okay, we're here for stocks, not television shows. Let's focus on the stocks. I know everyone's sad now about Lucille Bluth. See what else is going on in the market today. The SPY is not looking as good as it did yesterday. That's for sure. Where did it close? I guess it didn't close very well. No one wants to hold this into the night. Everyone's afraid of it right now. VIX is up. Doge is doing nothing. AMC is looking pretty good, actually. Hmm. Buy some of this. I do too. All right. I'll play AMC again today and see what happens. I can. I can, but I can talk for days about some of the topics being brought up here. And so I I do want to stay focused. That's that's going Yeah, I mean, usually when GME's go nuts, I watch costs. Just costs is like also like 90% short or something. But the problem with costs is that you can't buy there's no options chain for the stock. And so you can't like leverage positions in it. And so I'm really not I'm not super interested in it, but I do know that like anything below like it has previously spiked up to like 108 and I think 70 something. So and it just stays short. Like I don't think the shorts have ever gotten margin called on it. There's it's just another business they're pushing under. But cost they might have like more validity for their short position because cost has like a lot of competition and they're not super popular, I don't think, outside of like pro audio. Look at any of the GME. I mean, it's just more shares they can borrow. I don't like. Do you want me to look at them for like short shares? Like I could check like Stonka tracks. Like they've got a lot of short shares. It's gonna have a lot. The idea is that the buying pressure eventually the number of shares they're able to get. Yeah, I don't know if Naked's still short. It might be. Have they been bringing the price down on it? I know it had some movement during the first squeeze. I mean, chasing short squeezes is like a dangerous game. Sometimes, like, I feel like with stuff like Naked and costs, there might be a reason for the short position. Like with GME, they're just wrong, right? Like GME should not be out of business. I mean, even more so now, right? We just got $550 million debt free on top of the cash balance the company already had on hand. It's like almost $1 billion or over $1 billion. And companies like Koss who make like $10 headphones that you can buy at CVS aren't like really in the same ballpark as that. I don't know what Naked Brands does, but I assume that they are also not in the same ballpark as GME. I don't think anybody's bag holding on GME. I think the stock will climb right back to the levels where it once previously sat. Look here. So this is weak. This could be our morning dip. Let me just update Reddit with that real quick. That's saved and updated. Check our Ko-Fi for questions. Sorry if you guys are using this and not getting. You're welcome. Port at 175. Yeah, it's usually like a little lower, like 170, 74.50 is usually where the support resistance is. Um, but it might be like 176 right here. This might be like the low for right now. Because we're gonna see if we bounce off, right? Like, so let me zoom out here actually. Like, so we have 162, and there's actually like a support line like in this region. But I think we're turning around a little higher than that. We have kind of low volume right now, so we might see some chop. We're at like 3 million. So it's not like a crazy morning, but that could change. GME cash flow. I mean, they have a lot of cash. Yeah. 3 million volume is almost as high as one of the days last week. I think it was the 22nd, maybe the 21st. It's crazy low. It was like I think sub 4 million the whole time. I mean, I guess I'm saying it's not short squeeze volume for the people that are thinking that or of it. This is on on a lot of stocks. This is low volume. Like if you're day trading a stock, this would be considered low. Yeah, yeah. The borrow fee doesn't seem to change on this stock. It's very odd. Like if you actually, that's a good reason to look at costs. Is that the borrow fee 90 cents? Yeah, I've yet to see a price where I would sell my GME stocks, and I've been in this since December. Just remember if you guys are liking the stream, uh, doing if you like it, possibly subscribe. Also, donate. That's all. Oh, and our Discord's down there. We have a brand new Discord for anybody that wasn't here earlier when I made the announcement. I stayed up again all night last night. I haven't slept in days. Setting up the Discord with a good friend of mine, and it's all auto moderated and bot driven and safe place. There's no there will be no nasty poop throwing going on. Yeah, so it looks like we're turning around a little bit. I'm gonna just lengthen the candles there. Really? It's so annoying. I can't seem to find like a good balance on my mic, like between not picking up the background noise in my house and also you guys being able to hear me. I guess I can take the noise gate off, but then it's gonna get real loud. Ah, whatever. You guys have volume buttons. There you go. Here. That's interesting. On the yearly. I don't even think I have a I never looked at GME's yearly. Curious. That's very curious. I think it crossed. It didn't just cross on the 1 year though. It crossed in January on the 1 year. It has not crossed back. That's like a very odd time frame to look at. Yeah, so you're actually seeing January. I think on the 3 month as well. You're seeing January cross that MACD for you there. It looks like we're going back up to test 180. 1 year chart with daily? You mean just the daily chart? That's the daily chart. So if you're talking about the MACD crossover right here, then yes. But that's a daily chart. That's not yearly. Yearly is a totally separate chart. So it'd be the 1 day chart is how you want to phrase that. If you wanted to tweak it after stream, try downloading and installing the new video. So I have an AMD card, and I don't know if that would work. I could try it. I'll give it a shot. I mean, why not? XRT's having a good day. I mean, yeah, I think a big portion of their stock is GME, but the Russell might be doing good too. I think Jimmy's in the Russell 2000, so. Oh, we're looking good on the wedges. We're all nice and broken out, fully to the upside, continuing our trend. Hello, Dan Matthews. How are you today? I need more coffee, man. I was like, no joke, up to 5 a.m. doing Discord things, and then I woke up at 7 to start doing this. Rest 2000's barely up. XRT's the only one bumping. That's interesting. Any pandemic related news? Because XRT tracks retail. Where are you from in America? So I was born in New York. I lived in England for a long time. I lived in New York for a while. I lived in California. I've lived all over. I've worked like all over the U.S. Update Reddit on the wedge breakout. I already did. I updated them this morning. It's in the pre-market info. Nothing's really changed there. We were broken out this morning. We're still broken out. Cali accent stuck the most, I guess. When I was little, I had like a British accent for a while. That was weird. But it was like a British New York accent. I did not sound normal. I got made fun of. I think I've always just sounded like this. The person who raised me was from the Midwest, so. Hello, Germany. QLN. It's cool that people are all over the world are doing this. Thank you, German Apes. Impression of it and go. I couldn't even. Stop trying to get me to do impersonations, Secure. Alright, I'm watching you, man. Teddy, what's up, man? Saying hi from Malaysia. Wow. Yeah, I mean, people just from all over the world are in on this stock. And apparently now the like South Korean Wall Street bets movement is behind GME as well. They may have created a cure in pill format. Interesting. Or is it a vaccine, or is it like it fixes it after you get it? Because that would explain why the Russell's up. Or XRT. XRT tracks retail stores like all over the country, so any pandemic news will usually be good for it. Hello, Ireland. I'm half Irish. On my mom's side. I do, but you gotta stop trying to make me do impressions, Secure. UK here, London. Awesome. That's where I lived in England. And Sussex. Sweden. Hello. Pacific Northwest. Awesome. Is SK really behind it? I was reading as a joke. Didn't go down that hole. Yeah, I think so. I think that they have like their own version of Wall Street Bets on one of their own like message boards, and their version actually, like one of my friends is from Korea, and he's like super involved in that, and they've really taken like gamification of the stock market to a whole new level. They treat it like it's like League of Legends or something, and yeah, their new thing is GameStop. Vaccination. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I I, I just got the vaccine recently, and I can say the second dose wasn't super fun, but it was alright. What's up, Texas? Uh, MVIS is a pumping up. I have no idea. I don't know anything about MVIS. I know it moved like a while back. I think I've had some like options on it, and then I sold them. What's AMC doing? Oh, AMC, cool. AMC crossed over. It's VWAP. So maybe I'll make the money on the options today that I didn't make on the options yesterday. That would be exciting. I was all about AMC, but I just don't trust their CEO at all. Like, I know he went on like trades and whatever, and he was like, "Oh, like I swear I won't sell any more shares." But like during the first squeeze, that's exactly what he did. He just stopped the squeeze and sold a shitload of shares, which I mean, like from a business standpoint, is really good for him, right? Because like they raise a lot more capital that way. But it was not good for the people who were in it for the squeeze at the time. Why is theta decay important? So theta's the decay of time on the contract, right? Because options are timed. And so the value, part of the value of the option is the time until its expiry. So the more time you have, the more chance you have that the option will increase in price, like the value of the contract. And as time goes on, theta eats away at that value. So thetas are listed as negative values, and they'll have a rate, which you can see like right here. Like if you buy a 177.5 option for GME for April 30th, you have a decay of 1.51. So time, and everything with options is times 100, so it's $151 is the rate of decay. So that means every time theta ticks down, it ticks down $151. Looks like we're trying to climb back up over VWAP here, a little below. Can you imagine a Netflix theater? I mean, I have one in my living room. um, I don't know. I don't understand movies. Like, I guess that's probably my biggest problem with AMC. Yeah, the board can overrule him. He doesn't have. There's a lot of. I have a lot of problems with like hard buying into AMC. I have AMC shares because I support the other apes over there as well, and I will never sell them. I swear to God. And I play it on options plays, and I only play the upside. So I'm helping out in any way I can. I buy calls, but I do not I do not have a lot of faith in that company. I think maybe it's because I just hate going to movie theaters. They're like dirty and like I like to go to movie theaters on Tuesday morning when the popcorn's cheap and no one's there. Margin call territory for GME. So we discussed this yesterday. It could vary depending on like where each short position lies on the ladder, right? But like I think like the big margin calls happen probably above 550, 600. Dude, there you go. Look at that. And you're running, Lewis B. Your stock like unless you bought them in the middle of the squeeze in January, in which case you got a little way to go. Because I think it hit like $19. Yeah, I put all my AMC into GME pretty much. I had a bunch of options the last time they ran up to like 14, and so I did okay on that. They got them like super cheap. They were like, I think it was like a 12, like a $10 strike for $12 per contract. So I just bought like a ton of them, and then it went up to 14. And luckily, like I was actually listening to Stocks with Bruce, and he called it. I don't know if he influenced it, but he was like, the stock's not going to stay where it is. Like if you're in AMC, and he almost like came out and just told people to sell, and he convinced me with his logic, and I sold my options contract, and I swear I sold them like right at the peak. It was amazing. 3.5 million at 10:15. Well, we crossed VWAP, but our volume, yeah, our volume hasn't changed much. Oh wait, that's James. Wrong stock, idiot. All right. No, we didn't cross VWAP. I lied. Um, looks like we tested it, and maybe test again. Just gonna call this the battle for 180. Is it support? Is it resistance? Tune in later this week and we'll tell you all about it. All right. Let me shoot this over for Reddit so they just know that nothing's happening. And then if you guys want to drop me any questions that you want to make sure that I read and I don't miss in chat, you can I have a Ko-Fi link below, and there's like a thread on there where if you want to donate, I can it's just cool. It's cool to donate. It helps. It's appreciated. Also liking if you do. Don't like my videos if you don't actually like them. And I would actually prefer if you dislike them if you feel that way, because I like the negative feedback. And you know, if you want more videos, you can subscribe. People keep messaging me to like make sure I say that, and I want to all the time. Yeah, I tell people that. I tell people like, oh, donate and blah, but then I don't check the donation page. I think we're all just too invested in GME, honestly. Add the money slough will go into transformation, I'd imagine, from brick and mortar to e-commerce. MVIS fee is 13%, GME is still 1%. Such bullshit. Yeah, it is. And welcome to the stock market, where the games played aren't always played by the rules. They should be, theoretically, but I find that that's rarely the case. Get more monitors. I have 2. I want 12. I don't know if that would change anything currently, because I'm barely using the 2 I have. But I don't need like 16 monitors to track 4 stocks, you know? I know guys that do that, and it looks ridiculous. I'm not doing like high frequency trading or anything. Jimmy Moon's all the money just goes into a full room coated in monitors. That'd be cool. Like a monitor nightclub. What do you think of AMC having no? I think that actually exists somewhere. I feel like I've seen that. Maybe like Ibiza. I pronounced that correctly, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. What do you think of AMC having no shares to borrow for 5 days now? They reached 100%. Just, I mean, if it's anything like GameStop, if they don't have any shares to borrow, they'll just make some more, right? Like, I don't think not having shares to borrow is like a prerequisite for shorting the stock. How's your budget work as a day trader? I assume you don't just YOLO everything you have daily. So yeah, no, you definitely don't YOLO your position. I've done it a couple times, but that's because like deep down I probably have a gambling problem. But yeah, I actually have a very strict risk management profile. You don't want to trade ideally like unless you're really really good, you don't want to trade more than 1% of your account or risk 1% of your account per trade. Now that means you can still put your whole account in, it's just that your stop is at 1% below that amount, right? So it's still a YOLO, but like you have risk management in place, and that's going to protect you. Volume fell off a cliff. Yeah, that's going to happen. So technically speaking, they were successful, right? They shorted hard on open. They shorted that climb super hard, and they got us down here, and then the interest buzzed off, and so that's their goal. With those shares they keep borrowing is to do that, and then maybe in the afternoon they'll buy some of those shares back so they can use them again tomorrow. Yeah, I mean you don't always know you can beat the house, but you can draw conclusions that are accurate more often than they're not. It's like a casino, but not every game favors the house, I guess is how I like to think of it. Do you see this taking off before DTCC rules are actually put in place, 801, etc.? I don't actually, I haven't looked into the dates when those are coming into effect. I don't actually think they've announced the dates that they're actually coming into effect, but yeah, I can see some volatility based on those rules being exercised on the broader markets. Is it just waking up? Jimmy? I could. I don't know. There's no volume right here. Like this candle's at 12,000 volume. So I wouldn't call that waking up. I would call it not sleeping, but maybe it's like a light nap. Possibly unrelated to Jimmy, but we like our tinfoil hats with short positions. UPS popped 10% today. I don't know what UPS does. I don't think I've ever traded it. That's cool though. If you own UPS, dope. I guess if you own UPS, you don't own it anymore, right? Because like it's never popped 10% and it did today. So, or maybe I don't know. Does UPS pay a dividend? Maybe there's like a lot of long-term holders on it. Yeah, we move up on low volume. We don't need big volume for this stock to move up. Let me see what other messages we got. Get a message here on coffee. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Chris, weird name. Ah, another one. Jimmy at the money offering. Bianca, thank you for the donation. Jimmy at the money offering complete. Kramer meltdown on live TV. Oolong Johnson. I like the stock. Day two LFG. Nice. Yeah, all check marks, man. We're just like mission control's ready. We need a countdown, you know. Thanks, bro. It's not much, but I hope it helps to buy more GME. Me too, man. I want to buy more GME. Thank you for the donation, Revy. Statman 2, thank you. It's always appreciated. Helps out the channel. Also, if you guys want to drop a like and or subscribe, that would be fantastic. Is that how you do it? Did I nail it? No? Damn. I will. I will. If that's what you guys want, I'll dump it into GMA and then buy options data later. But I thought we wanted the options data. People keep bugging me about like not having option sonar. They're like, Warden has option sonar. Why don't you have option sonar? And I'm like, well, it's like $1,000 a month and it doesn't tell you that much. Like, I don't need an options scanner to pick options for me. You know, I just like go pick options on stocks that have like historically low IV or rates of increasing IV. There's a million ways to scan for the options you want. And there's a lot of free tools that do it. I don't know. I guess you could spend money on it, but I don't like paying for things. I guess I'm cheap. Like I'm gonna get $1 billion and buy like an extra hybrid car, so I don't have to like pay up for a lot for gas or like an electric vehicle. But not a Tesla because I think they're like bad value. Yeah, I know. But like knowing like what the deep in the money plays are doesn't mean that like anything's gonna happen with them, right? It's just like big positions, like moving funds around and like re-leveraging positions. Like I guess when our volume was crazy low, like probably some of those like option plays had an effect. I look for like gamma ramps, but I can just do that by like going in here on Webull and like clicking options and seeing the open interest on the options chain, which is okay. It's a little mediocre. We have a lot at 200, like a lot of open interest at 200 strike for calls this week, expiring on April 30th. Which means the market makers absolutely do not want the stock to close above 200 on Friday or be above 200 at any point this week. So watch for that. So it's more wait and see. Using the charts as an indication of possible catalysts. Yeah, I mean, I don't think those will be the catalysts. The like we could gamma ramp. So potentially, yeah, Warren's right. We can gamma ramp up to a price point that causes a margin call. But I don't know. We had like 30-day low in our IV yesterday, and that's gone now. So like the stock's still very volatile. So like setting up a gamma ramp again is now expensive. So the positions, if the long bulls were to get in positions, they should have done it yesterday morning. What did the hedge funds short in the pre-market before? There's no liquidity in the pre-market, right? So when you short, you sell a share. Someone has to buy that. And so if there's no one there to buy, you can't short, right? Does that make sense? Like you can put it up for sale, but no one's gonna buy it. And especially not like large quantities of stock. And that's why like I got a ton of messages yesterday in the aftermarket from like people on Reddit, and they were like, "Oh my god, it's gonna squeeze in after hours. Is it gonna squeeze?" And I'm like, "No, that's never gonna happen because there's no liquidity in the post market." Cool. Glad you understand that, Dave. If it goes off, it's on me. Formations aren't really working, Jimmy, since it's so manipulated. Really catalysts and apparently South Korea. So that's not. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean, Nenya Biz? Is it like? Do you mean like technical analysis doesn't work on GME? Because it does. You can watch our stream yesterday. It works great. Um, GME's manipulated, but like when you use technical analysis, you can account for manipulation. Like you know you have a rough idea of the short side position and what their goals are, right? Like I know for a fact this week they don't want us above $200, right? Because 8,000 options at a $200 strike would be in the money on Friday, right? And they definitely don't want that. And so it's in the market makers like best interest and short funds to keep us below that $200 price point. And it looks like we're testing and crossing VWAP right now. Hold on. So yeah, we could cross VWAP to the upside here. And this is one of those moments where I said it's really good for like whales to come in because this is a great breakout point. And it looks like we are actually getting a little bit of volume on this 47,000. Yeah. Let me update Reddit on this just so they know that we're getting back over that. Aiming to get back over that resistance. I'm gonna see if the volume stays up though, or picks up more if we really want to make any kind of move. If it goes up, Daniel Lawrence, hey bro, if you don't mind me asking, are you comfortable talking about what your floor is? All G, if not all good, if not. Um, I mean, do you mean in the event of the squeeze? I have no idea. I mean, if the squeeze happens, it's going to be a squeeze of biblical proportions, right? Like we've never seen a squeeze of this size in the stock market before, right? And I wrote like a DD like a little while back, where I kind of covered what the realistic price targets of the squeeze are, um, based on like previous squeezes, but you can't really use that because this isn't the same as either one of those. And so the thing about black swan events is like and that's what these are called, like when these absurd events happen in the stock market. Usually they're bad. Sometimes they're good. Um, but yeah, when these black swan events happen, I mean, there's no predicting the outcome of them. Um, but my floor is high. Like my sell point, I'm gonna wait for after the peak to sell anything, and then I'm gonna break that down over several sales as the price declines from that peak. Where the peak will be, no idea. 10 million would be insane, but I don't know. That's more than the value of the entire like global financial system, especially now with the 3.5 million extra shares that we now have in the float. Yeah, so I'm gonna wait for it to like peak, drop, peak again, and if that second peak is lower than the first peak, that's like I think where my interest would pick up in starting to move out of positions. Yeah, no one can tell what'll happen. 10 million would be awesome, but like I don't know, like I think if it hits $10 million a share, like I don't know where you'd spend the money because the entire financial system would collapse. Bruh. We could get 10 million. I mean, sure. I'm not saying it can't happen, right? Do I think it's like super realistic? I don't know. Maybe. I've seen some crazy stuff happen in the stock market, so it's like I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. But if each GME share was worth $10 million, times the what do we have, the 56.6, even let's even go on the low end, right? Because like let's make this all super theoretical. So 10 million a share times the free float of what they're saying is like 30 million, like in all the current DD, because like after Jimmy's 14F, they're saying that the like free float is smaller than we thought, right? That's $300 trillion at 10 million a share. That's more than the value of the entire global economy. Yeah, that's true. Now, Teddy is correct. If you guys look at the chat, he is right. It is only like people selling at 10 million are going to be few and far between, because that is some diamond handing like you would not believe if you're holding that long. I feel like most of the people holding at that level aren't even going to know they own shares, right? Because that happens. Yeah, there's people. I mean, longer positions have exit strategies, right? Like they have price targets where they plan on exiting positions, like big whales and smaller funds, investment banks, things like that. Like they have exit strategies in place, how much money they want to make for their investors. Those people don't like ride a squeeze, really. The risk is too high, because the downside of a squeeze, after they stabilize at their peak, can be very rapid. Yeah, there's a lot of psychology at play there. And if there's one thing I know about market psychology, is that like if people aren't adapted to it, they always fall prey to it. But thankfully this GME thing's dragged on so long that like a lot of the people involved have gotten like a really good taste of the ups and downs of the market, and they're much better prepared, I would say, than like the general public. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that just like don't care. They say that, right? But then you have $5 or $10 million in your brokerage account, and that might change your mind, right? Yeah, it could be interesting. We are the economy now. But like, what's our currency? I don't know. I tend to be more cynical. Like, I want $10 million a share. I mean, I'd be like richer than Jeff Bezos, but like, are we gonna get it? I don't know. I'm gonna hold on to find out though. Don't mistake me on that, because I have GME shares that I am actually never selling. I bought them for $5. I'm gonna own them as long as I can. Buffett bucks. Well, I think if we crash the market, there's a chance that like Berkshire A won't be worth as much, right? Yeah, you're gonna want to buy some bananas, because after we apocalypse the global economy, you're gonna need a source of potassium. All right, so yeah, we're still just. I mean, like all that's really happening here is that VWAP is averaging around 180. So 180 is like this is where we need to break free for the day. Just he just said Jeff Bezos, like Jesus, Jeff Bezos, Bezos. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Is it Bezos or Bezos? Someone tell me. Can someone ask him personally, like on Twitter? Like, hey, Jeff, how do you pronounce your name? We have a small community of YouTubers that would like to know. Bozos. I mean, I don't like the guy's like labor tactics and stuff, but he turned a garage sized bookstore into one of the premier logistics powerhouse of the world economy. Bezos? Yeah, actually, Bezos, it's probably Bezos. I, I guess if we knew like the national origin of the name, that would help with pronunciation, right? Like if you could figure out the native tongue. I'd be interested in finding out who bought in at the for those 3 million shares, 3.5 million shares from GameStop. I'm gonna like lower this a little bit because I feel like looking like a little bright here. From my understanding of her position, they take the risk of infinite loss, right? So theoretically, even 1 billion a share is technically possible. I mean, yeah, theoretically. How that plays out in actuality, I don't know. I mean, the US is still like the majority of the world's economy, right? I mean, you're talking numbers where like the money to cover doesn't exist. Not like it's not like the DTCC can cover. They can cover 60 trillion, I think is the maximum amount of their fund, right? And then like the Fed can print more, right? But if the Fed's printing like hundreds of trillions of dollars, that's going to just like make the dollar worthless, right? So you're getting paid in like valueless currency at that point. I don't know. It's cool to think about. I just want like someone to come to my house and beg me for my shares. I want them to be like, please, please sell me those 10 shares. We know you're holding them. And I'd be like, no, never. I'd rather flush them down the toilet. Yeah, I mean, the Fed's printed a lot of money recently. I actually think if Biden passes the new capital gains law before the squeeze, it's going to be a little bit more than 40% tax. Yeah, only time can tell. We don't, I mean, if I look at it realistically, we just don't know what it's going to do. It could just keep going and going and going and going and going. It could go above 10 million. It could peak slightly below. What if it peaks at like 9.9 million? Just to like trigger us. Is it based on long-term capital gains? I mean, there's a tax for profits made from trading over like a 1 year period. Now, if the squeeze happened next year, I think we'd be more protected by tax law, but I'm not sure. I'm not a CPA. Don't ask me. I do know that like there was some fear in the market like last week because Biden started talking about taxing rich people, and they don't like that. Give it 80%. It's not like you could just be like, IRS, hold on. I want to give you guys extra money because I like the US. I just wanted the hedge funds out of business. I don't think that's the way that works. Sahib, have you been holding GME for more than a year, or do you just not live in the US? I mean, I guess, you know what? If the government and global economy collapse, our gains will be tax free. I hope everyone realizes that because there'll be no one to tax us. Give the hedge funds some IOUs. Yeah, they can work it off. That's how I feel about it. Okay, this is good. We got a breakout. I don't think volume's picking up on it much. No. We're just going to trend back down. More chop. Look at this. This is going to be fun. Until we get volume, we're just going to keep doing this, I think. I'm going to update Reddit, so I haven't talked to them in a minute. It's been slow. I do expect some price action to occur today. It's just when is the question. All right. That's Reddit updated. Just want to make sure everyone there knows what's going on. I feel like they feel a little left out with me doing the streaming. There's supposedly some tricks to reduce taxes. Something about a program. I don't know, man. I can't comment on taxes. I have a CPA and a tax lawyer. I suggest everyone finds a bunch. If when this moons, go find a bunch of financial professionals, and then go find 10 more financial professionals to watch the first 10 financial professionals, so no one steals your money. And then maybe one more set, like 3 layers deep. So to go bankrupt during the Moas. I have no idea. You know why? Because the U.S. doesn't require short positions to declare their stake in a company. So for all I know, Citadel's not even the biggest shorter of GME. There might be other people. Who knows? CPAception. Charity, I'm glad that your dad is a CPA. I couldn't do it. I have a friend who does it, and it's just too much paperwork. An ascending channel, then trading. Where's the ascending channel? Are you talking about this? This thing that occurred over like 10 minutes? This, I mean, this isn't really an ascending. Like, if you look at like this, it's like, I guess you can say it's ascending, but it's really not, like, because it's locked in. Like, there's this gravitational pull, right? And so, like, it's just gonna, this gravitational pull of the support resistance line is just gonna, like, pull it back down. And, like, so, yeah, you can draw lines around it, but it's not acting the way you want an ascending channel to. Like, ascending channels have increasing volume as they move upwards, and this doesn't. If anything, it has decreasing volume. So, like, this, at this point, it would have been more of an ascending channel than it is now. It's just chop. There's not a lot like to say about it. I try, but sideways movement, sideways movement. What is it? Okay, I gotta go. Get fiduciary financial advisor and an extra one to watch the first one. Damn straight, Teddy. Don't ever trust your fiduciaries. Don't ever trust anybody with your money. I think that's a lesson that everybody should learn right away. So thanks, Jeff Lore, for the technical analysis, but if you don't mind, I'll handle that. Just messing with you. Government bails Citadel out. It'll crash the economy. I don't know, Shash. Like, there's no way. I have no way of predicting what's going to happen when the squeeze plays out. No one does. It's all just like hypotheticals. Yeah, that could happen. Like, your theory is just as good as anyone else's. Pretty sure the government would get the fallout from that or weighing the pros and cons. Yeah. So, I personally think from like a long whale hedge fund perspective that if I were a hedge fund, I would be afraid of buying GME, not because I was unsure of the squeeze, but because I would be unsure of government intervention during the squeeze. And that would possibly, like, if I was a hedge fund managing other people's money, not my own. This is my money in GME, so this is theoretical, but yeah, I would be afraid of that being a condition. Just from like a risk management perspective, like that's something you would have to consider. Like, people say, yeah, like the US doesn't want the world to lose faith in its markets, but a lot of the world's lost faith in the US over the last several years. In general, China's markets are growing by leaps and bounds. It is very early in the day. Reason it's steadily rising instead staying sideways is due to some of these new rules going into effect. I can't point to anything else for this starting yesterday. Are you talking about like the climb in price, Jacob? Just message in chat. Let me know what you mean. If you could just like clarify that a bit more. Also, RC not needing to sell more shares. Well, they're done. They've fulfilled their SEC filing. They've sold the 3.5 million shares. Our shares are 3.5 million more diluted, and it's done nothing to the price. So that should tell you something, right? 3.5 million shares, and we're up. Added to the market. We're up from our low yesterday. We're up like what, $30, I think. Yeah, $32 from our low yesterday right now, which is huge. So let me just check Kofi. Did I miss anything? If you guys want to like the video, there's a like down below. I think everyone knows where it is. There's also a subscribe button if you want to see more videos. And if you want to support the channel, there's a link for Ko-Fi. It's appreciated. I plan on buying market data software with it, but if you demand that I purchase GME with it, I will. Let's see if I have any messages from Reddit. Sorry about that. Did that play through? I know I have desktop volume muted. I actually want to check out that new AMA from that doctor that they were bringing on. Boom, boom. Yeah, Tabitha. Dr. Tabby. I wonder if it'd be cool if I called her Tabby Cat. Is that sexist? Probably. I think Jacob was. Oh, okay. You get a list of books you recommend posted. I'm working on it. I have like a lot of texts, which I don't think anybody wants to buy because they're expensive. And like harder to find downloads of. So I'm trying to find some like books that have helped me personally, but my list is kind of a little long, and I'd like to narrow it down to like 2 or 3 that I think would help people the most. I also think for those of you that may not learn as well from the books, YouTube's an excellent resource. Also, just right here, just stay here, keep watching me, and you'll learn everything there is to know. Official AMA. Yeah. I'm very interested in that. The AMA when it comes out. I don't know if I've read any of her books, but I know I think she like participated in writing one of my textbooks when I was getting my major. Or she had like a section in it. I don't know. Her name's very familiar. But she's like a known like financial academic. So I'm interested in her take. Because I feel that it will be reasonable. And I like tempered, reasonable takes of our current situation. That way my imagination can run wild. All right, yeah. So we're still just doing a bit of the same. I don't know what to talk about in dead moments like this. I feel like I should never stop talking. Like a radio station. But maybe you guys want me to shut up. Let me know if you want me to shut up. Because I'm not going to do it. I'll just be honest with you right now. Statman 2, if I didn't thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. I just refreshed the page. I keep forgetting to refresh it, and then I'm like, oh, no one donated, but someone did. All right, so actually we're breaking a little below resistance, so this might be a like, I don't want to say it's a triple top, but it could be like the world's ugliest head and shoulders. Oh, no, that's gonna crash. I'm not doing that. Ugh, no drawing with the epic pen. It'll crash the stream again. I did it yesterday. So maybe I can just draw 1,000 little trend lines. So this is just some straight tea leaf shit right here, but that could be a head and shoulders. It's close enough that yeah, I think we're gonna swing down a little bit. So let me just let Reddit know. We expect maybe some downward price action. Although the buy side really hasn't let the stock dip today, which is good. You know, like even in moments where I thought we would have more downward pressure, like here, usually this would have been like a real dip. But no, we turned it around. We turned it around here when we crossed VWAP that first time. Just like there's enough pressure on the stock that it really doesn't want to trend downward. We also have a buy wall at 175, so I don't see us dropping much below that. But let me get Reddit updated real quick, and I'll this will just take me a second. Reddit's all updated. Sorry about that. Keep talking. That's why we're here, to listen to your opinion. I wasn't shutting up. I was just updating Reddit. So for any of you guys that aren't from Reddit that are here, which I don't think is very many of you, but for the ones of you that aren't, I do a live charting on Reddit every day to kind of keep people like updated that, you know, might have, you know, work, or there's some place where they can't you know, watch the live stream or listen in on the audio. And that way they kind of have like an update of what's going on in the market. Some people have like a 15-minute delay on information from their broker also. And so I know that really helps for those people that like they really just can't like get up to date information readily. And so I try to provide that as just like a service to the community. What's my favorite movie? Wait, you didn't mean to send that? I'm confused. My favorite movie? I don't know. I have a lot of favorite movies. Like any I'll just tell people like, "Oh, that's my favorite movie." And it might not be, but it's one of them. I want to say Braveheart or Gladiator. I like over the top epic films. The Big Short is an over the top epic film, but the book is way better than the movie. And I love Steve Carell. But yeah, the book's actually phenomenal. The movie's good. So I have a hard time with that one. Anytime the book is better, which is pretty much anytime there's a book, I would prefer the book to the movie. My life, whoa, why is that removed? I don't know. That's very weird. I don't have any information on that either. Let me check. Removed. Why is it this? How does that meet our limit of 500 karma? War karma does not count. What? I'll just contact the mods because that's like way off. Other auto mod. Mod down. All right, I'm just messaging the moderators so they can get that fixed. It was just the auto mod being dumb. It said I didn't have 500 karma, and I have like thousands. Okay. Yeah, I know they're doing some like updates, and so it was. I'm sure it was just an accident. I'm sure it'll be back up in no time. No, my account's old enough. I definitely have more than 500 karma. It says it took the post down for hold on, I'll read it to you guys. It says oh, where is it? Is it gone now? Messages? Automata regret to inform you the post has been removed because your account does not meet our limit of 500 karma. And it does. I have 7,000 karma, so yeah. I'm sure they'll just get it fixed. Like, I'm not worried. It's definitely just a mistake. I'll comment down in the section or comments down below if anybody wants to like upvote it, just so people can see. Uh there. That way just people in the chat know what's going on. Anything on Ko-Fi? No. Alright. Shit's removed from me. Others yeah, it is Jay. Surely. Yeah, I think my account's like 5 years old, so I don't see that would be a problem. Red candles on this chart for JMA. Well, that's what it does. It was like a little head and shoulders. We didn't drop though. That was good, right? We came right back up. That's always like exciting. Like usually at the end of a head and shoulders, I think like don't quote me on this, but I think it's like 43% of the time you have a drop to the lower level of resistance. But we didn't, so defying the odds. GameStop. Why are there so many red candles? Oh yeah, I already answered that. You need me to post something? I have over 250k karma. No, I have a ton of karma. Like more, well, I don't have a ton. I don't have 250,000 karma, but I have sufficient karma to post on the subreddit. What kind of volume? A lot. Like so much. If you want an idea of the kind of, go look back at the charts in January. Here, you know what? I'm not doing anything right now. I'll do it. That's why I'm here, right? Let's go to the 4 hour, right? So we'll look back here at January 27th. And the first bar of the day was 3.6. And then the next 4 hour bar, there was 69 million in volume was traded. So that's 10 times the volume we have today. More, 12 times the volume we have today. It's actually more than that. I think it's like 13.75, but whatever. That's not really relevant, I guess. But yeah, it's a lot of volume, and maybe more during the Moas, right? Get rid of this. I gotta watch Epic Pen because it's getting buggy, and I think I need to find a different program to use. Because like yesterday, it crashed the whole stream twice. Citadel's shorting my crayons. Okay. What's up, Oreo Salad? I see you back there deleting all your messages again. You come out and say the things you want to say to me. I want to hear from you more than anyone, because you don't ever leave your messages long enough for me to read them. Something. My Weeble candles look different than yours. On the last row drop, I see 6 green candles. Oh, I use Henken Ashi or Heiken Ashi candlesticks. So they're different. Like, this is maybe what your candles look like, or you're using hollow candles. I use Heiken Ashi. So if you switch to Heiken Ashi, yours will line up like mine. Why do I use them? I got asked this a lot yesterday. I use them because I like them. And that's it. I know, I think they predict price action and movement better than the other candlesticks. At least for the kind of trading I do. Like for the swing and day trading I do, I prefer the Heikinashi candles. I also think they read better over time. You got it, man. Zero volume because no one is selling. Yeah, no one's selling. So, Teddy, what is it that makes stock patterns work? It's so technical analysis actually works. The longer time frame you have, the better it works. But mathematicians and physicists and you name it have every type of academic at some point has applied their knowledge to the stock market, and they've made, you know, different indicators and studied them extensively with back testing and seeing how they play out in the market over and over and over again. And the indicators have come from the research into those, because like if you want money, like that's like the best thing to research, right? If you want to turn your knowledge into cash, the stock market's a great place to do that. And so yeah, so technical indicators and the indicators that we use in our charting, those are all developed by academics over the last, 100 years of this US stock market. So each one has different theories behind it. You can look them all up. There's hundreds, thousands of different indicators. Like if you want to know like what's the theory behind a Head and Shoulders, it's just that like when that like low high low pattern forms, it shows a weakness in the bullish side of the stock, like the long side. And so generally on that second or that third bounce against resistance, like the buy side no longer has a strong position and the stock will drop. So that's like the theory behind a Head and Shoulders, right? Is that like it exhausts the buy side. And I mean, there's definitely like math and stuff behind that I'm not giving you, but that's because I don't know it off the top of my head. A lot of people are getting messages regarding them not having enough karma. When they do, I'm sure they'll get that fixed. Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna get it fixed. I already messaged the moderators. Would you get your degree in finance? I have a degree in finance, and I wanted to get a degree in financial engineering for my master's, but that has been delayed. Where's the Mo? And if it would become a billionaire from GameStop, it will be delayed forever. I will never get my master's degree because I don't care if I'm a billionaire, right? Where's the Moas? Put it in my mouth. Yes, Plenter. I would also like to taste the Moas. Sexually. Anyway, yeah. So this is actually a little stronger pattern. This turnaround that we're getting here. So when you have like a curved turnaround, this is bullish to the upside. And then also the opposite when it goes down, that's very bearish. These are like high indicator symbols. So this is bullish. I don't think I can give that to Reddit, unfortunately, but for anybody in here. But yeah, sometimes you'll see like a stock like go up and then you'll see it turn sharply, like a rounded turn like that. And that's very bearish. It means there's no resistance from the opposite side and the stock's traveling like up or down in a straighter channel. We still need a breakout through resistance though. Like this can just peter around resistance like we talked about. We still don't have volume. Volume is what moves the stock, right? Ascending scallop. 0 is 0. Times that actual volume. Yeah, I would. I would expect all of the world with an investment app to FOMO into GME if the Moas starts. Thank you, Daniel. It's always appreciated. And feel free to like and subscribe. And you can support the channel with our coffee link down below. This volume has picked up this week so far. Still not where we want it. No, it's not. Chart looks like Bart Simpson's head. I guess. I mean, I think if you look at any section of a chart, you can just like make stuff up, right? Like you could have like a little like fish pattern here, a little eye. Bend. That's what we're doing today, guys. Swimming sideways. Yeah, so we're looking for a upwards move into the fish's mouth in here. And that's our breakout point. So ideally we'll move up from there. It's called the whale tail. That's what we'll call it. Can someone quickly go just edit up like an article for Investopedia on this? I don't want other investors to miss out on the opportunity of being able to identify that signal. All right, let me make sure our Reddit post is back up and running. Nope. Awesome. Tons of questions about what the hell happened, post removed, why. It'll be back, guys. Calm down. I feel really bad for anybody not able to get some information though. That's stinky. I don't know what's been going on with the moderators lately. Let me check coffee. Stream. All right. See, I feel like the stream's way more exciting when we're moving up, right? Like, I get way more jazzed. But I like sideways movement too. You know why? Because I love this stock. I love it a lot. I like it when it's going up. I like it when it's going down. And I like it when it's going sideways. Yeah, you got it, man. I'm liking hanging out here with you. I mean, so I'd be doing this anyway, right? I'd just be sitting in front of my computer staring at GME, but I'd be by myself. And why would I do that when I can stare at GME with all of you? Herkit, I don't know if I covered this, but or you heard this, the auto mod on our super stonk is dumb. And they're I guess they're working on fixing it. Satirical live charting. You're welcome, Brian. I'm glad that my personality is you find my personality amusing. That's what I'm here for. No, literally, that's like it's currently my job. It's my new job. Employed by Reddit. Uh okay. I'll resist the memes on that one, but yeah, I mean this isn't I'm gonna go look at my other stocks. What's AMC doing? Is AMC gonna go up? Can I make money off this stupid call? It's got no volume also. Oh, look at my Las Vegas Sands call still being worth not anything. I don't think this stock's ever gonna hit where I need it to. It's just not promising. And the market overall is choppy. I mean, there's just like, you know what I think it is? It's just like a low liquidity day. There's no volume in the market. Like everything's chopping. If it drops to 175, I'm buying the dip. I mean, that would be like our lowest dip of the day by 54 cents. So I don't know if you're going to get it. We're not looking like particularly strong or weak, right? Like we had that like I was describing that the ascending scallop, if you will. But there's no volume behind it. So we just trailed off. Like it got all excited and then it didn't do anything. Dogecoin's also trading sideways. Everything's trading sideways today. It's not just stocks, it's crypto, stocks, the whole market. Maybe everyone's just like exhausted after yesterday. Maybe everyone's just like, yeah, I need a break today. Let's not trade stocks. I wish we could all come to like a community consensus that like no one's gonna trade stocks one day and we get like a 3-day weekend. But like but I want the community to do it. I don't want it to be like a bank holiday where it's like government enforced that the stock market be closed. I just want this. I want the markets to be open, but I want no one to trade them. 3 more weeks of sideways trading. I don't know. It could happen. Feeler. Justice. Currently watching your stream instead of studying for my finance exam on Friday. We. Um. I mean, study for your exam because I'm not gonna like help you pass that. But also keep watching the stream and like subscribe and give me attendees. Um, Pickle Financial. Oh, secure. What's up? This isn't a. This better not be like a impression request again. Can you give a brief opinion on AMC and if you think it will mirror the GME squeeze? Total AMC or sell for profit? This is a hot topic to discuss on YouTube because a lot of people like to hodl their AMC. So I'll begin by saying that I have AMC. I am holding it forever in solidarity. But I do not think it has the reach of GameStop. That's just my honest opinion. I think it could squeeze if the CEO stays true to his word and doesn't stop the squeeze like he did last time. Um, and I was mad because I had a lot of call options the last time he stopped it. And I had stock too. If he stays true to his word, doesn't release any more shares, then yeah, it could squeeze. It has the potential. I mean, do I think it has the potential Jimmy does? Probably not. But it's like a fine stock. I think what happens is a lot of people buy AMC because they can't afford GME. And I think that's what's started its popularity was that like it was when the squeeze happened in January, AMC was the highest short interest besides GME, right? Like revealed short interest. And so everyone that FOMO'd into GME bought into AMC because they were like, oh, this is the next stock that will squeeze. And so, like, the momentum from GME created the initial squeeze on AMC. And I mean, you can argue with me that for days, but I mean, I will 100%. That's my opinion. That GME was the catalyst for AMC, and I think if AMC shoots up again, GME will also be the catalyst for it again. Because when people want to FOMO in and GME is $300, they're gonna just go buy 30 shares of AMC. And AMC will probably have another. I think AMC's got one real good spike left in it. I don't know how high it can go, but I do think the short position on AMC is more valid. AMC has, from a fundamental standpoint, has a lot of weaknesses as a company, and I don't think that the bears are intrinsically wrong about AMC. I mean, they're broke. They need money. They've got tons of leases that they need to keep up to date. They have a constant cash outflow, and not a lot of cash coming in yet. But we'll see. Other theaters have gone out of business before them. They were definitely saved by the Reddit rally. That saved their business. So I just try to think about that. I still play AMC. I'll buy calls if I think it's got some good upward momentum, because I do think it has like that one good squeeze left in it, like I said. So that's my thoughts on AMC. I know a lot of people won't agree with them, but yeah. And I'm still holding some AMC too. Oh man. Digital good time. I still love your screen, man. AMC may go 50, 100, maybe. Not, probably not too many shares outstanding. It's so diluted. So I do want to say that about AMC because I didn't. AMC currently has a float of 4.7 million. That's insane. Also, they've had a lot of like issues with like some of their big inside investors moving out of positions and ensuring that they can sell their positions on the open market. So that means that there's not a lot of like inside faith. So I think AMC is just entirely, it's like the community stock. Like everyone's supporting it because everyone wants to go to the movies. And you can buy it right now for cheaper than an actual movie ticket at an AMC theater. To own a part of the company is cheaper than seeing a movie at one of their theaters. I want everyone to think about that for a second. And that's all. But I'm not here to like spread FUD. I do think it can spike again. And again, I don't know where the short interest stands on it, so it could be a big one. It's probably not as short as GME, just because the float's so big. Like GME has almost no float. I mean, some of the data analysts and the DDs is correct. Our float's half of what it's reported at, right? And so, like, even with the 3 million shares that they just released, I mean, like, they just diluted our stock, right? They've essentially come out and said, we've diluted GME by 3.5 million shares and we're up $30. I can't present a better bullish case for a stock. You give me any other company and I'll dilute their shares by $550 million, and your stock would be worthless the next day, and we're up $30. Digital good time. I mean, I would always take the greater gain, right? Like if you're spending an equal amount of money on either one, right? Like say you have $180 and you can buy uh, you know, 17 AMC shares, or you can buy one GME, and GME is going to go up 300,000% and AMC is going to go up 300%. I mean, obviously, you put your money in the greater rate of increase, right? Like, I would buy GME, whatever. Yeah, even. honestly, if I had $11.50, I would buy like, 1/17th of a share of GameStop on Robinhood before AMC. I'm not I'm not bearish on AMC. I'm just saying that like my conviction in investing in GME is just far stronger. Listen to Outcast Synthesizer. I think I've heard that song. I agree completely. AMC should do a Hulu Netflix model where you pay a certain amount each month to go watch every movie they have. I think they tried this, didn't they? There was like a. We're doing good, by the way. I should probably point that out. I gotta check the Reddit post and see if it's back up. Nope, it's still down. Um, did they just take down all my posts? No. Yeah, it's still down. I don't know what to do about that. I don't really have time to write a new one right now. Um, Let me see. Hopefully they get that fixed. Uh, yeah, I think they. I mean, there's like a subscription model type thing that they had, and I forget what it was called, but like I had friends that owned it, and it was like going out of business. So this is good. We broke VWAP. Um, I like to trade above that if I haven't told anybody. Ryan goes stone cold. Yeah. I mean, he invested in a hell of a company, right? Like, and he knows it. Portfolio is GME. Counting this account, 90% of my portfolio is GME. I had it in other things. I just moved it into GME. I'm way over leveraged. Trust me. I've spent more money than I ever should have on this stock. But I agree with, I mean, if you go back and listen to DFV Roaring Kitty's thesis, I still agree with it. That's why I invested in the stock in the first place. I still agree with it now. Fortunately for me, I bought longer call options than him, so I haven't had to exercise yet. I bought leaps back in December, so I have a decent amount on the line. I would call it a YOLO. It's a YOLO. I kept 10% to like day trade with, so I don't like stop making money while I'm waiting for the squeeze. Because I mean, like day trading is my income, so which I'm giving up to come be here with all of you. So if you'd like to donate, feel free to donate below. It helps out. Do that $20 or $30 a month to go watch as many movies as you want. I guess, but I'd rather spend $20 or $30 a month to watch movies in my living room. I hate movie theaters. I want to come out and say that. I don't ever want to sit in a room with 30 strangers, especially after a global pandemic, and like eat stale popcorn and watch movies that are way too loud and make my neck hurt from staring up at the screen for 2 hours. I'd rather just like lay on my couch and watch a movie on like a TV or like even like my iPad. I would prefer watching a movie on an iPad to watching a movie at a movie theater. When I went to movie theaters in the past, I've gone on like in the morning for like the matinee, like when like the senior citizen bus comes in and like everyone gets off and they're like, we're watching a movie today, and they all like pile in and like they're watching whatever the latest film is. That's when I like to be at the movie theater. 90, those are rookie numbers. I mean, they are. I agree. I should have 99% of my portfolio in GME. Unfortunately, I have a family and bills that I have to pay, so that's life. If I didn't make my money from day trading, I would have put my whole investment account in there, but I need some money. Yeah, that's how I figure. I'll be rich or I'll just stay poor. Nothing's changing for me either way. I think that sentiment about movie theaters is like stronger among the younger generation. It's just like inconvenient. Like I don't want to go stand outside of a movie theater because they've released a movie at midnight the day before it was supposed to be released and some awful line and then get like assigned like some shitty seat 6 seats away from my friend. It's happened to too many of us and we won't stand for it anymore. I hate the supervision. Nobody tells me to put down my phone at home. I mean, in my experience, if you go to a movie theater and you buy a ticket, you can then just spend the rest of the day inside that movie theater. I've done that once or twice. I did it as like a teenager. I would just like, and it was at an AMC. This is why they're going out of business. It's my fault. I would go into AMC and like buy a movie ticket when I was like 15 and then I just wouldn't leave. I'd spend the rest of the day there and I would just watch all the new movies at once for like one price. Because like none of the people that got paid, $7 an hour to work there gave a shit if my ticket stub was from earlier in the day. Bought them for 38 cents, now 105. I'm gonna get a movie theater in my future lake house. Thanks, Hedges. Damn straight, Jason and Kristen. Kirsten? Sorry. Might be. Michael B. Oh, you're talking to someone else. Do you have Ortex for S short interest info? No. It's high. I want to pay Ortex to tell me that the short interest is high. It's just their short interest on Ortex is estimated anyway. They just take like they have a formula that runs that takes an analysis of like short volume traded and short volume recovered at the beginning and end of each day, and that's how they like predict their short interest. But I don't think that's accurate. But it is just like like their short interest amounts are simulated. Theater tech. If enough people want me to get Ortex, I'll get it though, and we can track their data as well. It's cheap enough now that you have a better experience at home. Yeah. Yeah, TVs are super cheap nowadays, like even the big ones. And so I think that's also kind of there's a lot of factors working against AMC. I don't want to go into like a whole bull case on it because I know there's a lot of people who have a lot of faith and money in the stock, but I don't think the stock market operates on faith. Let's see if the Reddit post is fixed yet so I can tell them that we're still trading sideways. Nope. Hmm. Yeah, still not fixed on Reddit. So I don't know what to do with that. It keeps getting upvoted though, which I find very strange. Like the upvotes keep changing, but if the post is deleted, why is it? Why are people able to upvote on it? Let me check. I got a coffee donation. Tasty tendies, but tasty tendies. Tossing some bananas your way to show support. Appreciate you. I appreciate you, tasty tendies. I wish I had somewhere near me to buy chicken tenders. I have craved them since January, but I don't. I don't live near a chicken tendy location. There's a Popeyes across the street from me, but it's foul. Foul. It's the worst Popeyes on the planet. Every time I buy chicken there, it's cold and like wet. I don't want wet tendies. I want crisp tendies dipped in the thickest of honey mustards. Yeah. So actually, as it turns out, studies will show that how you feel about a stock or the stock market is not in direct correlation to how that stock feels about you as an investor. Stocks don't like people. They only like to hang out with their own friends, and we're not part of that group. You try to upvote and are not able to. Link to the studies? I'm not verifying this information. How dare you, Daniel? Jeff Shoop? What? I don't know, man. You told me. I'm gonna check the Reddit post one more time. Yeah, okay. I don't get this. The moderators have done it again. MACD on daily turning green bullish? Could be. Let's look at it. Yeah. But it's just, so the MACD is still trailing, right? It's a trailing indicator. So the MACD is reading this upwards trend. So that's the green you're seeing here. Now it crossing over, that's bullish. Yeah. We need volume. So people still got to buy the stock for it to go up. But I think there's a lot of people waiting to see if the stock will go down so they can buy it cheaper. And I don't think that's happening. That's the only problem I have with the buy the dip mentality is like everyone's like so excited to buy the stock for $5 less. And it's like if you think the stock's going to be worth $10 million, any price below $10 million is a good time to buy it. Like I've bought GME at 5, I've bought it at 40, I've bought it at 250, I've bought it at 120, I've bought more at 300. I mean, I've bought GME over the full spectrum of its prices, and I still think I got a good deal on every one of those shares. Yeah, buy the dip is sideways trading. I mean like if I was like in control of how GME is bought, which I'm obviously not because I'm just like a random Redditor with a YouTube channel, I would only buy at resistance levels. Like anytime sell side push down, I would just buy tons of GMA and be like, ha ha ha, look at us run. I mean, okay, yes, the lower the price, the more shares you get, Garrett. But here's the thing. If you buy GME at 154 instead of 160, like how many shares of GME are you going to buy with that $4? Or $6? You know, that's kind of what I mean is that like the buy the dip mentality. I mean, yeah, buy the dip when it hits 40, but if you're gonna buy GME, just buy some GME, you know? Yeah. Oh, I had tons of people FOMO in when it goes up. People that aren't even part of this have no idea it's occurring. There's a lot of them out there in the world. People that don't know. And that's why I'm here for. I'm here to spread the word, the gospel of GME. But in a very non-religious sense. I'm going to check that. Okay, now I have 501. I don't get it. So weird. Oh, thanks for all the bananas over on Ko-Fi, guys. You guys are awesome. It helps the channel. It helps me buy better audio equipment and video equipment than what I have, because apparently I sound and look like crap. And I know you guys are going to say, no, you're great, man. This is awesome. But like my friends have told me, they've been like, some of them are like game streamers and they're like, dude, you stream at 30 FPS? I'm like, I'm streaming stocks, man. Like nobody needs to see any like fast action on my stream. It's a complicated argument, but it's ongoing. I've averaged up, down, up, down, up. Damn straight, Randy. This stock is on sale below $600. We're in the dip. This whole damn thing is the dip, right? Like, let's go out to this like daily chart. Do you want to see where the dip is? It's the area below this number. That's the dip. So any price below $483 right now, that's a dip. God damn you, Weeble. Look at Weeble. It moved my line again. Why does it do that? I hate that. It doesn't matter. We already broke out. We'll just delete it. I don't need that line anymore. I'm free. I can't confine this stock. You're here, Daniel. You FOMO'd in and you're here, hanging out with some apes in a YouTube chat room, dreaming of the day when you will rob Wall Street of all their attendees. Go in more if they think this is it. To be fair, we were here to look at stocks. You talk. I'll look at you. Wow. That's cold, Daniel. If you're not here to look at me, then why aren't you in the Discord? That's my question. Oh, it's because you want to see the stocks. Elon Musk, the biggest dip of all. Well, thank you, Elon. I love what you've done with your companies. Well played. A gap fill to $483 or a gap fill, like, which gap are we talking about? There's a lot of gaps in this stock. Are you talking about like the DD on the missing gap fills? Never. I don't think the stock will ever be worth less than 157, at least not for a long time. Alvin Lee says 168, and that seems accurate. Yeah, Elon, are you buying the dip? I'll come in here and try to hang out with us if you're not buying the dip. No, I'm just kidding. Nobody has to buy the dip. The stock's been on sale for months. Fix my post. Reddit mods. Can someone reach out to the Reddit mods who maybe like has some level of communication with them and like tell them to fix the charting post? Because they're being poopy. Not gotten to my request or fix the post. Yeah, Elon, get in touch with the Reddit mods. Fix this. This is problematic. I don't know what to say about the stock right now. So what do people think? Do they want to take a break for lunch? I don't want to. I want to go to the bathroom and then come back and talk more about GameStop and other stocks. We can also talk about other stocks. The market is for making money, and as long as it continues to exist, there's money to be made everywhere. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be 100% on GME, but you know, sometimes people like to have fun with the market while they're waiting. I don't think it's actually Elon, guys, just in case anyone gets too excited. I don't think, unless Elon Musk has in fact dropped into my stream, which would be astounding. But I'd be the most popular streamer on YouTube right now if that was the case, and I have 218 concurrent viewers at this moment. So I don't think he's the real Elon. Shh. Thoughts on MVIS? It does stuff, right? So I played MVIS like a while back. I heard it shot up and now it's down. Um, I guess yeah, it's coming down from a big spike of 31.14. It will probably end up here around $10. So that's my thoughts on MVIS. It's probably a good place to buy some puts. Did they have some good news or something? Or was this just like the shorts getting out? Because I know the stock was heavily shorted. Oh, let's look. Update microversion shares set to open. 11-year peak on retail. I don't see any like crazy information. They have GameStop information in here, which immediately makes me suspicious. But yeah, it looks like it didn't run up on any like type of fundamental change. So I'd say this is just shorts clearing out their position due to like positive momentum on the stock. I mean, like you can't really call it a squeeze, but it's like a micro squeeze, I guess. And it looks like it's coming back down. And the resistance levels for the stock on like the daily, I mean, it could go as low as like 9 or $2 even. Although it does look like the stronger resistance is around here at the $10 mark. But we'll see. I don't know. I don't know a lot of the fundamentals on the stock. So they have earnings this week, or did those already happen? Did they like ace it on earnings and then people got way too excited and now it's falling a bit? That is my hot take on MVIS, at least. What's your process? What do you look for with new investments? Say after the squeeze, what quality should I look for in investments? It depends what you want your investments to do. Like, you can look for growth, you can look for value as a substitute for growth or value towards growth. If you want to trade actively, that's different than investing. You have trading and you have investing. Trading, you buy and sell stocks. Ideally, you buy one low and then you sell it high. And then investing, you buy stock and hold it in the hopes that the company that you are buying stock in will increase in value over time. So it would depend on what you want to do. I have a process for investments, but I also have processes for trading as well. So just let me know, Daniel, which one of those that you're like interested in, and I can probably go into a little bit more detail. I don't mind talking about process. I just can't tell you what to buy and what not to buy, and like at when you should buy it. Like those are all like risky conversations. But like I can talk to you about for trading. I mean, I don't know how many shares you have in GME, but uh, if you have enough, you probably don't want to trade after the squeeze. Trading's risky. Trading's high risk. But basically, for day trading, I look for gap up, gap downs in the pre-market and lots of pre-market volume and activity because that usually signifies that you're going to get a lot of activity on the once the market opens. And then I track the candlesticks as I buy in and out of positions. There's a lot to learn on that, so I'm not going to get too deep into it. But for swing trading, I just trade momentum, and then I mean, for investing, I have like more of a like long-term investing. I have more of a research-based breakdown that I do on each company that I want to invest in. Thoughts on TTCF? I don't know what this is. Is it a sub penny stock? Tattooed chef? What do these people do? Do you know? Profile? Tattooed chef? Forum merger? Is this a SPAC? Oh, it was a SPAC. Plant-based food products. I don't know. What is there something interesting about it besides that they make food? You can feel free to like ship me more information, Teddy. I think earnings got released. I was thinking more for trading. I'm invested in Jimmy. I just want this to squeeze so I can get on with my daily life. Yeah, I feel you, Elon. Um, Sitting waiting for the squeeze and like just I know you need to get back to Tesla and the Boring Co and SpaceX, and you've really put those on hiatus while you focus in on this GameStop news. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that you've chosen me to be your personal GameStop streamer. Um, if you are the real Elon Musk, yeah, feel free to donate. I feel like you could. I promise I'll buy some GameStop with it. After the squeeze, if you have enough shares from GME, you can probably just wait for the full market pullback to reach the end and then put money in ETFs, index trackers, or something along that line. Yeah, I mean, if the theories are true that the market is gonna tumble on the GME short squeeze, which I mean, yeah, if GME short squeeze is big, it'll cause a downward trend in the rest of the market. Then when we reap our attendees from the field where they have been sown for so long, um, all the other stocks are going to be on sale in terms of like how Warren Buffett would think of it, and that like they will be severely undervalued due to market conditions. And so it'll be a great time for us to go out and shop for our future investments and where we want to place some of our money. That's awesome, Daniel. I'm glad that you enjoy your job. Um, this is my job currently, so I like it. It's good. I could show up to work tomorrow and not complain. But no, that's great, man. All right, let me check Reddit real quick and see if our post is back up. It is not still. Yeah, soon sure is taking a while, isn't it? We're having some serious problems with this Reddit post. Maybe I should try to message the mods directly. No, they don't like that. Now I have 0 karma. Awesome. Oh, is Reddit having like karma issues again? This happened before. Sorry about that. I was just like trying to get some message across over on Reddit. Like if anybody knows the mods, let them know what's going on so we can get back to the live charting. It's the auto mod bot, DJ D22. The auto mod bot is having some issues. I think the subreddit might be having some issues of like I know they're trying to like set up some new systems today, and I think they've messed it up. More GME blocks? Does that mean please? I don't know. I'm not up to date on that term. Sorry. I can go back to GME. Is it doing things? No. Oh, it is. We moved above VWAP. So this is good. Volume picked up here, but it looks like it's not getting a lot of supporting volume on this candle. We have to see if that also picks up. But yeah, this is a good uptrend. We broke through VWAP. Thank you, Chandler Bing. I loved you on Friends. But yeah, we're doing okay. Moving up. I do expect us to test like a little higher than this today. That'd be nice. What is this line from? When did I draw that? 186. It's old. I'm gonna delete that. I don't know where that came from. Maybe I just misclicked. GME go burr. Yeah. You know what, Brian Miller? GME does go burr. But it's also going back down to VWAP. Because we didn't have enough volume to support the run. We're doing good, though. I mean, today is a good day. I think if my call goes up to 200%, I'll probably, like, roll it into something else. Because I'm going to lose a lot of theta on this call right now. What do you think of MNMD? Is that like the psychedelic company? MNMD. So we're gonna just so everyone knows. I don't want anybody to be confused. We're probably gonna bounce, but if you see this tail dip below, like if we dip below, we could bounce here again, like down here on this other resistance line. MNMD. Let me look at that for you. Mind medicine. So I'm interested in psychedelics, but I don't think it has broad enough legalization to become like a large commercial market. I guess of like the FDA, if we need some news of like if you own this stock like long term and the FDA at some point like announces like, oh, we're doing clinical trials on like psilocybin related like antidepressant medications, then yeah, you could see this stock just like shoot through the roof, right? Because they're like one of the leading stocks in this category. But right now it's just like it's like flat, right? It's like kind of flat. It's up a little, I guess. Had a big spike. Ooh, interesting. When was this? Recently? An hour? Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess I mean they're up. They don't have like a previous support level, do they? So support looks like it's at like 426, but stronger at 4. So maybe expect it to come back down to 4 if you're looking for like an entry point. Or, buy GME. That's a sound investment too. GME's a great stock. I like it. Trading a bit sideways on the 1 hour. Let's look at the 4. So consolidating on the 4, that's fine. Kind of what I expected. How to donate? Oh, Shaggy Chip. So there's a Ko-Fi link down below. If you would like to help support the channel, it is much appreciated. You can also just like subscribe and like hang out. But we're looking strong. Strong on the day. I mean, this week's just been good for GME. Let's see what the SPY is doing. SPY's running up again. It's gonna try to test its resistance one more time. The SPY's so choppy lately. I'm really losing a lot of faith in its stability right now. I think it's way like overbought. If you look at like the daily on the SPY, yeah, it needs like a little correction. It's like out of control. I mean, I guess it's like a little below on RSI now because like it's been so choppy, but I still think it needs to come back down a bit. And then Doge, nothing. VIX is obviously down because the market's up. AMC turning around a bit. See, I like their chart. It's a nice chart right now. but I don't like the intraday. Intraday's ugly. And my crappy Las Vegas Sands call is doing nothing. This is why you don't buy stocks that your friends suggest. Check Ko-Fi. Let's see if the Reddit post is back up. God damn. Useless moderators. Send a message through my manager. Create a post under your own profile and edit your top comment. Okay, so that's what I'll do for now. Is I'll create a post on my profile. Let me do this real quick since we're just like kind of chopping sideways. I don't want to take time away from the stream, but I want to make sure that everyone on Reddit's just like staying informed that we're doing nothing. So let me no, I think actually if I just edit the post, maybe that'll do it. Hold on. I think I can still just edit. And then I'll just pin it to my profile so people can read the deleted post. Does that work? If the post is deleted and I pin it to my profile, can people still read it? Does anyone know? Sorry, I just the link in the comments doesn't work. Yeah, somebody was saying that earlier, and I'm not sure why. But I'm gonna try to fix that right now. Also, while I'm just writing this up for the people on Reddit, and then I'm gonna try to fix the link in the comments. I don't know why it's not working. I assume because Reddit's having problems today, because I haven't changed the link, and it is. I double checked it already, and it's correct. Let me see if I can get a picture uploaded. Alright, so I gave them a link for the Discord. So if anybody wants to listen to live audio from Reddit, they can do that. I'm pretty sure that's going strong right now. I haven't even checked. And then I want to go to my profile and pin this post so people can find it. Pin. Could not pin post. Oh no. Damn. That's not working. Okay, so you can still see it. I guess because if you commented on it, post the Reddit link. All right, let me fix the Reddit link. I don't know why this isn't working, but Reddit. Paste. All right. See if that Reddit link's working now. I just saved it, so I don't know if that was any different than the one I already had, but there it is. Yeah, I don't know. People are still like commenting on it and stuff. Okay, yeah. So as long as okay, cool. So the Reddit link's working. People can view the post on my profile. If someone wants to drop a comment in the live chart and just, or I'll put an edit in. Oh, I can't. I don't think I can. Maybe I can edit it. No, it's just saying removed. Stupid. That's so weird. I have to like open it in a new tab and then I can edit it. Dumb. This is a dumb platform. It's making me angry. Alright, whatever. We're good. We just gotta wait for the mods to fix it. I'm sure the mods have like messages from every single person right now that is having a problem with this like auto mod banning them. So it's gonna take them a little while to get it back online. And I mean, today's nothing super exciting's happened so far, so I'm not gonna stress out about it. More chop volume. Did volume just pick up a little? No. Yeah, we're just doing some more settings. Just made a comment on the post as ew goblins. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I mean, if you can like comment and discuss on the post, I mean, I guess like nobody new is gonna come see it. But yeah, I see your comments showing up. So I don't even know if it's like actually auto modded or not. Because like if the auto mod took it down, you should be able to comment on it. I don't think. Sorry about all the noise, guys. This is why I had all the like filters on the mic before, because there's like so much background noise at my house. And then let's see. I need more coffee. That's what I need. All right, guys, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick and leave you here staring at this beautiful chart for about 5 minutes. I'm not going to stop the stream because, I mean, it's not like there's 25,000 people in here or anything. So I'll see you guys in a minute. All right. Did I miss anything cool? No, I didn't think I would. Sorry about that, guys. Had to go to the restroom. Just live. Enjoy it, man. You don't get those sounds forever. Ah, thanks. Yeah, I have a small bab, and he is loud. Is this moon? Those first stops. Maybe. Yeah, Jordan, I can explain Doji stars. Give me a second. I just want to make sure I'm all caught up. And there you go. Secure Ape explained it for you. That's pretty much it. They indicate a reversal in trend. So like as the stock is climbing or falling, if you run into a pattern of 1, 2, 3 doji stars, which I can show you one here on the chart. They kind of look like this. They have a top and bottom wick. Then the current trend is probably going to reverse. That's it. They're just a reversal signal. It's pretty simple. It shows that the buy and sell are equally weighted. They also indicate kind of low volume. Those aren't called stonk kebabs. No, but I like that. I like that a lot. Is the stream stuck? I don't know. Can you guys hear me? All right. I don't think the stream's stuck. The stock's just not doing anything. Yeah. Everything's fine. There's no volume at all. The stock's just sitting. It's waiting. It's very patiently waiting to move. Stock kebabs. I like that. I really like that a lot. You know what AMC's gonna do today? It's gonna lose me all the money it made me yesterday. That's what it does. It's very fickle. Oh, nice. Pause my video and typed. Yes, this is Moon. Wait enough. Putting on pickles. No, I think we might have volume coming in anyway. Just because like there's gonna be a lot of like long whales that want this stock now because like other whales bought it for cheap. Right? So like somebody bought 3.5 million shares, right, at 157 average cost price, right? And then there's gonna be people that are like like retail isn't the only thing that has FOMO. Like long whales and funds, they have FOMO too, and they're gonna be pissed that like other whales got a deal and they're gonna want to buy in cheap. But they're probably, I mean, they big institutional buy orders usually like that come in all at once, and they wait to make sure that the price is in a channel where they've analyzed it's a good purchase. Excuse me, sorry for all the yawns. I'm still so tired today. I'm hoping that I sleep tonight. That's my dream. I dream of one day sleeping. Um, oh, yeah, so if I jump around from AMC to Jimmy, this is AMC. AMC Entertainment Holdings. Um, I guess, yeah, if you, that's what it looks like. And then this is what GME looks like, which is slightly different. But this is GameStop. It says it here, if anyone's confused. The ticker is like over here. I guess I could like draw on it. so you guys can see what the ticker is. Boom. Can you see that? I hope so. I don't think you can. I think I can increase the size of the ticker. Nope, I can't. That's a lie. Webull does not like customization at all, apparently. I can increase the size of the chart if you enjoy that. All right, good breakdown, Daniel. Short, I guess probably yeah. Power hour. Power hour might get exciting today. Usually Jimmy doesn't have like a lot of power hour action lately, but it could. Bigger positions like to move during power hour. They like the volatility because they can get sometimes they can get better deals on like a dip. A watermark? I don't know what you mean on your biz. I'm a financial advisor. That's funny. Yeah, Jackson. Let's see. Markets up. Sorry. I did. I swear I got a large coffee. I bought all this really expensive like espresso equipment because at the beginning of the pandemic it got really wrapped up in the like our espresso subreddit. And then I just use it to make iced Americanos, which would offend most of the people in there. I just make like the most like degenerate drink that I can produce with like, and I have like, I bought equipment that other people would be jealous of. And so it kind of makes me happy inside that I get to make just like really shitty Starbucks beverages with expensive espresso equipment because I don't want to leave my house. What happened to my Reddit? So the auto mod is just like going around banning everybody or like taking down people's posts. So I'm just trying to see, like, I have 0 karma right now. I don't really know what's going on. I mean, all my posts are showing like they have karma and stuff, but like I don't know if it's like site wide because I know. Okay, you can message me on Reddit. None your biz. But yeah, like I'm not really sure what's going on here. It's not gone, people. If you're commenting on it, how's it gone? This doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that real quick, I guess. I don't know where. Actually, can I? Yeah, I can. Um, I have to do it on my phone, though. I don't mind doing that. Simon. Reddit post says removed. Yeah, we're dealing with some Reddit issues. I posted the Discord in the post. I don't know if you guys can even read the post at this point. If you go to my profile, I think you can. I mean, I have a Weeble like referral link down there, but I'm not really like, I'm not gonna tell people like, hey, you need to sign up for Weeble. Or what's the line? Some of you might be familiar with this one. You guys should check out Weeble down below. The $100 deposit, you get 2 free stocks. Yeah, not happening. If you do need a broker, they're okay. I like them. I like their charting, but they're fine. I think they're better for day trading than Robinhood. And yes, there is a link, but it's in the description. Yeah, the Reddit stuff I figured was site wide because that's what happens when they're like trying to fix their karma servers. Everyone loses karma, but they have servers that store all that, so it'll come back, and the auto mod should unban the post. I don't know. Look at your comments. Yeah, I could tell. You're like, hold on, I'm gonna message you. Send me a personal link. I just thought you were just being silly, but now I know. You can see the post comments that the post section shows removed. Okay, weird. Yeah, if someone wants to like post the Discord in the comment section and just let people know that they can listen in on the audio, maybe that'll help some people out. Robinhood has my account locked. They margin called me. I fixed it and then asked them to unlock my account, but they won't. Yeah, if they margin call you, I've heard that can cause like all kinds of problems. Needed more pauses in your shill pitch. Oh, sorry. I'm trying Pinkertonks, but how do you shill for Weeble? It's just like, it shows you lines on graphs. It's so hard. It's like, I would hate to work in their PR department and have to like advertise this to people. Like, do you know what you need in your life? Another way to gamble your money away. That's what they should do. I like, who cares what the SEC says, right? No one else does. Just like sell it as gambling software. Be like, hey, have you ever had a desire to gamble? Do you have an addiction problem? Come check us out over here at Weeble. No, those things aren't funny. They ruin lives. The DDs did say that we would see Reddit go down before the squeeze. I mean, yeah, or the people that run Reddit just like fucked up, and nothing crazy is happening. And Reddit crashed during the last squeeze because so many people flooded into like Wall Street bets. But it's not like Superstock has like, 10, 20 million people jumping in right now. Like the stock's doing nothing. Like it would make sense if Reddit crashed when the stock is going wild, but not when it's trading sideways on intraday chop. 780 bid size for 180. I don't know what that means. Like someone bought 780 shares for $180, or a 780,000 bid, because that's significantly different. I do not see 180 bid. Let me see. If someone bought 78,000 shares at market right now, the stock would have skyrocketed. We're just dropping off. Drop. Now we're below 180. What are your thoughts on IEX? Make one without options called WeBear. That's funny. I kind of like that. But then it wouldn't be like bulls want options, trust me. It's a word first. It doesn't mean anything. It's just like a buy wall. Somebody put an order in, most likely. Like if someone's hand typing orders, it was like, especially if they work at a brokerage, I've seen them like misprint orders a lot. Probably not a big deal. Are we turning around? Ugh, this could be a dip. So little volume that like maybe because we got a little bit of like if you look we got a little bit of sell volume. Yeah, this is a dip. So I'm gonna try to push this down to like 175 again. Now don't get me wrong, like sell volume could come in on this. I'm gonna move this back because I don't like the way that looks. Yeah, sell volume could come in on this, but it looks like I think we're gonna hit 175. I would be surprised if we did. So if anybody was waiting for a $5 discount, it might be happening soon. I don't know. There's an order. I didn't say buy the dip. I can't tell you what to do with your money. I'm just here to point at stuff and draw on it with crayons. 121k sell volume at 1233. Yeah, so that's like so they're trying to get us to trend down. So they'll throw a bunch of shorts at it and hope the price dips. Because there's no buy volume, right? So there's no resistance. And so if they can dip it, they'll just like and hopefully maybe they'll scoop up like a stop loss or two. Yeah. People still set those. I know apes don't, but day traders set them. There's always some stop losses they can scoop up. Although this was a slow dip, I probably would have pulled as a day trader before it hit me, but such is low volume. Let me check Reddit one more time and see if things are running again. It's showing I have karma once again in my account, but an incorrect amount of it. Oh. As people are trying to reach out to the mods to get it back up and running. I can't even comment in it now. Like in my own. I don't know what to do. I barely know how to buy. Yeah, so I use stop losses in day trading. I actually used to have one set on GME, and back at that like 350 dip, it because I thought the Moas was getting to a point where it was gonna climb. And so I set a stop loss on not all my shares, but like one of my accounts, and it got eaten up by that dip from 350 down to like I think it was like 200 something back in like March. That was rough. I was pissed. But I took all those profits and put them back into GME. So now I actually have a bigger position, so I'm kind of fine with it happening that way. I wouldn't call it a short attack. Like, you need some volume for a short attack. This is kind of just like they put a little volume in to push down, and then it looks like it's just turning back around. So like, so we see like if you look here, we have like a big volume spike here and a big volume spike on this candle. But like, unless they put more volume in here, we're just gonna turn back, right? If they put more volume in here, we can continue downwards. Well, remember they have like 600,000 some odd shares or something that they already borrowed, or 1.3 million shares they borrowed. All right, see you later, Daniel. What are your thoughts on IEX? I was gonna check that out for you. Let me see. IDEX. And it's a little up. 52 weeks. I mean, are you looking into like buying this? I guess, I mean, it's like up. It's pretty stable. It had like a peak back here. Yeah, this stock doesn't really go anywhere. I mean, is there something about it that makes it like a good investment that I don't see? Because it looks like it just trades sideways, like it's like a stable investment. Yeah. So 126, and it's gonna try to turn around. See, the good thing about this is like sometimes like when they put too much effort into trying to drop the stock, it drives up interest on buying the stock, and they actually end up like negative in their own position of trying to bring it down. Oh, the exchange. What about it? Like, is that one of like the dark pools, or is that like the? Oh, that's like the one that iBorrowDesk uses, right? Um, they're like a. I don't actually know too much about them. Um, I'm not sure. They provide like market data, I guess, and they handle some order flow. I don't know what they do. I'd have to look into them more. You have to remember, like a lot of these things that get brought up in DDs, like no one's really cared about them much before, and so like a lot of the things that like gets brought up in like the subreddit is like pretty obscure from like somebody who participates in the market's point of view, you know? Did GameStop sell all of their shares, or can they sell more still? No, 3.5 million was the total amount of shares allowed by the SEC. They increased that, and they sold the shares. They were allowed 3.5 million shares, or $1 billion, I think. Anybody can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's, yeah, they had a 3.5 million offering and it's done. Thank you, Jordan. It routes past citadels. I mean, I don't know too much about routing, and neither does anybody else. Like, the information on that kind of stuff is just, it's too hard to find. Even with money, that's hard information to like purchase. And then like you can't know what business is being conducted on it, or how that business is being routed, or like you don't have enough information to know what's going on, and they do everything they can to keep it that way. I mean, Citadel can see your trades, they just can't see your order, right? So like if your trade goes through on IEX, Citadel can see it, if that's what you're worried about. I mean, if Citadel's as short as people say they are, right? It doesn't matter if they can see anything, right? Eventually they're going to get margin called and have to buy out of their position, because this company's definitely not going bankrupt. Not for a long time, anyway. Years and years and years, decades maybe. They have a ton of money. Like, cash on hand is insane. It's like over $1 billion cash on hand. They have a low float. I mean, they have no debt. There's like a million ways to get more capital. I mean, I'm not worried about GameStop. Citadel should be worried about how successful they're about to be, but yeah, I know. So I was part of like Wall Street Bets, and I like GameStop, and they don't want to talk about it over there anymore, really. And so that's kind of why I came to like RGME, and then when everyone left that I liked from RGME to R Superstonk, I went to R Superstonk because like I didn't want to read like the stuff that was still being posted on RGME. But then like R Superstonk just became just like RGME, so it's just like you can't escape it. Like I want to talk about GameStop, which Wall Street Bets won't let me. But then like our super stock, it's like it wants to talk about things about GameStop that like I don't have that much interest in. Because like the principle of a short squeeze is very simple, and I don't think like we need to pull like nobody needs to assume that every single thing happens in the market is happening because of GameStop or in the world. Like people are like, oh my god, this stuff happened in China, it's because of GameStop, and I'm like, probably not. It's just like the vast majority of the world out there does not even care about this. So alternate exchange, retail can route that stops them from routing your trade through a dark pool and preventing your buy from affecting the price. There's a couple other ways to do that also. I think Fidelity has their own routing server if you have Fidelity. I think they allow you, but they charge you to route because like they're not getting that payment for order flow anymore, right? So they're going to charge you to route your order. RDD into GME. I'll check that out. Steve Van Q. Age old Titan. He knows the timeline. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, it's the 26 million liquid float an accurate number. Listen to his FUD. Who's FUD? I don't know. Pickle hired by Citadel. What? None ya biz. That's not cool. I'm not hired by Citadel. If I was hired by Citadel, I would use the proceeds from that. I would, first of all, I would make it very obvious. I would just like, I told people this yesterday. I would just post like Motley Fool type articles in Reddit, and I would be like, hey, like, these are 20 other stocks you should be buying with your GameStop money instead of GameStop. And then I would take the money that Citadel paid me as a salary and use it to buy GameStop. Because, like, that job could only last for, like, 6 months at most, maybe a year. But, like, then the short squeeze will happen and they'll be like, you're fucking fired. I'm not going to have anything to do with myself. So, yeah, if I worked for Kenny, I would definitely, like, 100% just be using the salary he paid me to buy more GameStop. And I'd, like, create, like, an alternate Reddit account and, like, call myself out on my own, like, FUD shill behavior. I'd be like, look at this guy. And I'd write, like, an entire DT about how I was actually wrong and, like, create all kinds of Reddit drama with myself. This actually sounds really fun, but no one's paying me. Because if someone was paying me, like, I would just be, like, advertising this video on YouTube, right? Like, I'd be paying YouTube tons of money to, like, put me on the front page of everything. So I became the predominant GameStop streamer, and then I could influence you all with my negativity. Wear that hat I like. Cookies is what Ken calls him before throwing kissy faces. Blink twice if you're kidnapped by Kenny? That's not fair. I'm gonna blink multiple times before the day is out, and you're just gonna be like, he blinked twice. Boom. That's it. Confirmation bias confirmed. What's wrong with the rational assessment of GameStop? It's gonna moon. The shorts have to buy out of their position because they tried to drive the stock into bankruptcy so they didn't have to pay taxes. And then the stock jumped and they got stuck holding all the shares. And so when they buy it out, because there's no float left, they're just going to have to pay infinite amounts of money to recover that position after they get liquidated by the DTCC. that's like the logical conclusion of GameStop. You don't need to like, you don't need to be like, oh, look at these dark pools. It doesn't matter. Like, they have to cover. Who cares? I saw something. I saw something on Reddit. Like, I think it was last night, and it was on. It was like on one of the like obscure Wall Street bets, like break off subreddits that like no one subscribed to when like the whole thing went down. We're still dropping, by the way, and uh this is we're probably gonna drop more because this is like not looking strong. We don't have a lot of buy pressure, although it is lunch, so I think they're just using this like low opportunity volume to bring the price down as low as they can. They want to keep us, like I told you, below 200. 200 is a really important price point for this week. So just let everyone know that this is not looking good. So like we tried to recover and bounce back through this section, and then like the buy side was still just too weak, so we're dropping again. I think the next resistance, so this will be our intraday low, whatever comes off of this candle and the following. But I mean, we're at a resistance point, but now, okay, so they push a little volume into that. So they're putting a little bit of volume into this movement. We could expect to see like 170, I think. If this trend continues, if it doesn't reverse. Want to know when Mon? That's why we're researching, and we're always wrong. That's because you can't predict a short squeeze. If people could predict short squeezes, well, first of all, they'd never tell you how to do it, and they would just walk around making tons of money. They'd be so they would have all the money in the world. They'd be so rich. Are you less convinced that AMC is shorted anywhere close to GME? I have a bias towards GME, if that is your question. I think AMC is heavily shorted, but I also think AMC has a massive float. So the shorts have like in the terms of this, they have like a lot of ammo. So I think the shorts can keep AMC suppressed significantly longer. Can a real share be used to cover multiple shorts? Apparently. Is this the pre-cliff launch? I don't know what that means, Gear. David Newmere. I think if we wouldn't do all this DD, we wouldn't have such a crazy big group of retail investors. That's true. I mean, I think a lot of the like the conspiratorial side of it attracts a lot of people to it. I don't think all of it's wrong. I mean, there's like threads that people pull on that they're not entirely wrong, but the problem is they don't have the data to back up the thesis, right? So it'll always just be like, I think X, but not like I can prove X, right? And that's the problem. Like if you want regulators to act, or like you want change in the market, you need to be able to prove these things you think, because like the SEC isn't going to run around like picking up everyone's threads and being like, oh, I wonder if we could like tie this together and make a knot, because they don't care. Like they have nice jobs waiting for them back on Wall Street, or vice versa. And yeah, that's gone on forever. Everyone knows that. You work at a hedge fund, that you retire, go work for the SEC, or you start at the SEC if you're not skilled enough, and then you go work at a hedge fund. So like everybody who's like not good at finance goes and gets jobs with the SEC so they can go work at a hedge fund when they're like 30. 175. Congrats. Yeah, I think there was a buy wall at 175. They just do after hours do 3.5 million stock sales. Yeah, it's like a little run out. I don't know if they offered those shares after market. I think those shares have been sold over the past several weeks in blocks. Russell's down. Yeah, that happens. Is the market down? Yeah, see, the market's trending really down. So Jimmy's like, you have outward pressure on the stock, you have inward pressure, like inside pressure on the stock. So it's just like low volume, and I mean, we're trying to turn around again, so we'll see if we'll have another fall off. Once they start getting margin called, all shorted stocks will shoot up. Not as high as GME though. Amount has been. Yeah, I think GME has the lowest float. Class has a really low float too. So those are the two that like I personally would watch for like a margin call. But I don't like cost because you can't buy options on it. There's no like leveraged positions. We still dropping Nani. Yeah, I mean, well, we're not. We're kind of like attempting to bounce. I sincerely appreciate your release assessment. You're welcome, Brad. Yeah, sure. Just wrong about the day. It's not wrong about the general crazy Adobit style DDs and stuff. Totally think this is possible. Yeah, I mean, like the last like Adobit like DD, the like House of Cards thing. There wasn't like anything in that post that like people don't know already. Like it wasn't like a shocking revelation of truth. It was just like everyone knows that the stocks we trade are derivatives. This is like common market knowledge. It's just that like the people in our super stock didn't know, right? And they're like, oh my fucking god, like you're telling me I don't have like a paper share of this stock that I can run across the trading floor? No, we've been doing this stuff on computers forever. And yeah, there's definitely illicit things going on behind the scenes. And the nature of the industry is anywhere they can do something illicit and not get caught, they will attempt it, right? And if they find that they don't get caught, they will continue to do that until they do, right? So it's a system where they're constantly looking for loopholes, and you know they have some of the best and brightest working on it. So they find them, and they're successful. Fed announce anything? I don't know. I could look at like SPY news. What does the SPY say? U.S. State Department confirms it will ease travel restrictions for students. That sounds like good news. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see anything particular that would indicate that we're having a big sell-off, but the market's dropping. I did say, like, I mean, Digger, the SPY is due for a correction right now. It's been running up a lot lately, like kind of out of control. So Jimmy's turning around though, even though the SPY's still continuing downward. How's AMC looking? AMC's doing a dip, turn around. Doge hanging out. Excuse me. Sorry. Lots of yawns. I'm so tired. Morgan Stanley, something nonsense. Alright. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think so. I think they just like tag wherever, like, whatever stocks, like, people are, like, the stocks with the highest, like, interest, you know, they just like tag them. Yeah. I want to check the Reddit again and see if our post's back up, because it really should be. Nope, still down. Where TA? Can you post on our GME? I can't. They won't let me post in there. I think I got banned for saying something about one of the new mods after Renzel left. I'll just respond in the comment section. Edit. Just keep responding in the comments, I guess. Maybe they can't stop that. Edit 10. Edit 10. 1 p.m. Small. Low volume overall. Yeah, it is. I don't know. Do you? The same share be used to cover several shorts. Sort of spam, but I think it's important. I mean, legally, no. I don't know what else you want me to say on that. You could do it, maybe, theoretically, but it would be illegal, right? Against the law. Devonta, that's great. Oreo salad. They can't use the same share to cover multiple shorts. They have to buy it back if they want to. Yeah, that is correct. Um, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It doesn't mean they're not doing it, right? I'm sure they have found ways to do that. I don't know if that's a practice they pursue, but it could be. All right. I don't know. Maybe I should just abandon the Reddit feed for today and stay on here. I mean, essentially what they're doing with the failure to deliver is like check kiting. It's very similar. And no, I don't want to go into it, but you can look up the due diligence on like T plus 21 and failure delivers and time to cover. But basically, they're not giving back the stocks they're shorting. That's the gist of it. So yeah, I mean, it's the thing is like if it's possible, they'll try it, right? And then if they get away with it, they'll continue to do it at a larger and larger scale until regulation steps in and stops them. It's an industry like built on greed, right? So like you have to like the psychology of it's actually pretty simple. You're welcome, Tobias Plockle. Plockle. They buy one on market to cover and then sell it OTC for a lower price. So it would go the other way, actually, right? So they would buy one on like OTC or another pool and then sell it on the market, right? And that way they drive the price down, but the buy orders are never seen. That would be like the correct way to do that. And yeah, that can be done because they can choose what exchange. So you can actually like set up like a system where like they only buy GME on dark pools and only sell on like the open market. That's fine. Fines are cheaper than losses. Yes, fines are always way cheaper than losses. Fines are only a punishment for the poor. That's absolutely the mindset they have. They've had that mindset for a long time and nothing's changing it. I mean, the 2008 financial crisis is a perfect example. They don't care. They'll make money until the very last second. And then they'll be like, it wasn't our fault. Like, we're so sorry. We'll totally like accept all this new regulation. And then they'll just find like loopholes in the new regulation and try to exploit those. That's capitalism. That's what it does. My question is because if they get margin called, they cannot use their positions, right? Because they lose their ability to operate. I mean, if they get margin called, they have like a set amount of time to provide those shares. And if they haven't provided those shares or that capital by the time, whatever their time limit is up, then they will be force liquidated and their positions sold off. And that means their short positions would be bought because it works in inverse. Probably not. I don't know what happens specifically. I think there's like probably like at the very end, maybe GameStop like could come in and issue, the SEC might like allow them to like emergency issue like some shares to cover the ones that hold forever. I don't know how that would work though. That would be up to like regulators and stuff. What is stopping a whale from just starting the Moas with buy orders? Wouldn't this make them tons of money? Yes, it would. And what is stopping them is the price. So now they're all currently like upset that like 3.5 million shares were sold cheaper than what we're currently trading at, right? So now they want to be in at the same cost basis. And the cost basis is like $23 higher right now. So we're just seeing where that goes. But yeah, they could theoretically make a lot of money. But like if you have like billions of dollars, like making another billion is less important than losing a billion, if that makes sense. So like losing $1 billion is huge, but making another billion's like not that hard if you've already made $1 billion. Like money has a cumulative effect up and down. So like, yeah, they don't want to risk it. It's not worth the risk. Like, what do they care? Like we have a reward for the risk. Their reward is smaller. And then especially investors like big funds and stuff, they're investing other people's money. And they have clients that are gonna be like, why are you investing in this? It looks risky. Don't invest my money in that. And so it's not like necessarily entirely their decision, right? The stock's doing nothing. Uh no, volume's super relevant. We want big candles, and low volume gives us little tiny candles, and we don't like those. We want big, long, thick, volume-filled candles just blowing out the top into the next candle. I hope that helps explain it to everybody. Yes, I know money has exponential growth. I said it was compounding. I didn't say it was linear. I think you're talking to someone else. Never mind. Well, that's quite possible. Yeah, that's pretty much the most important thing. I think like any amount of volume is going to it moves the stock up. I mean, there's not a lot of downside for the stock anymore. We're having a little bounce, but it looks like we're just like bouncing. I don't know. I think this is a good opportunity for buy side to come in and push up. There's no like relevant sell walls, but that doesn't mean they will, right? Like, so longs will always try to come in at points where it's advantageous to them. So like if they bought a bunch of shares right now, there's some for sale, but not a lot. Sometimes they'll wait for like one of those buy walls or sell walls, like those big sell walls to come in, and then they'll buy a bunch so they can just like destroy the short wall, because then there's nothing stopping the stock from climbing, right? I've seen that happen a couple of times. It's all just one big game, and it's like we're all just fighting a battle. Let's see who wins. 130. Let's keep our eyes on volume. Is that what that was kind of like our uptick yesterday, wasn't it? What time was our move upwards yesterday? It was like kind of all day, but specifically from here at 11:11, we pretty much steadily moved up until 110, and then from 110 to 2 o'clock, we moved down, and then we moved up again until my time charts was like that. 3 o'clock, and then down until close, and then up in the aftermarket. I don't know if there's anything special. What's so special about 130? Are you gonna buy one share at 130, and that's why you're telling to keep our eyes open on volume? Because if you are, I love it. But also, don't like suggest like specific times to buy in or anything like that. It just suggests collusion. And the SEC does not like collusion, and they don't like us. And we're cheaper to go after in court than hedge funds. Remember that. Because we don't have massive teams of lawyers that the SEC has to like pay money to fight. Just like the IRS. The IRS audits people who make like under $100,000 a year way more often than it audits people who make more. What time zone? 1:30. Will this magic pickle come? Always. The markets are always in Eastern Standard Time. You don't have to ask about the time. It's always on Eastern Standard Time. It doesn't change. Unless you're in a different part of the world. But in the US, your markets are always going to be at Eastern Standard Time. Other countries have their own markets that are open different hours, but they don't care if it's 1 million different cases. You still don't want collusion because like they're going to come after everybody. Like if the Moas happens and we all make like the money we're hoping to make, like the SEC and anybody that can sue you is going to sue you because now you have money. The SEC is definitely going to, like, regulators are going to come after us. No one's going to be happy for us. Like, we'll be happy for each other, but the general public's just like, we're just other rich assholes at that point, right? We've just replaced the people that we don't like in other people's minds. Kicking film of others above 300. Honestly, at this point, I think the news isn't even going to, like, report until we're above, like, 350. Like, until they really, like, until they're, like, forced to, like, say something truthful regarding the stock, like, the, like, news media is just gonna, like, just be like, oh, GME had a slight uptrend today, but it was down in the morning by 10%. And, like, they're not going to discuss that it's up 40%, right? They're just going to be like, but it was down by 10%. Because, like, the people who watch and listen to mainstream media are, like, the audience that cares about, like, what they have to say, right? So it's not like people are watching, like, CNBC going, I can't believe this is all fake, like, all day. They're like, people who watch CNBC are watching it because they believe it. Don't time zone shame me. Too bad. This isn't a safe place for time zones. Tarzan, Jane, and Jane, Ape Law Firm, Post Squeeze. Yeah, we're gonna have to get all the ape lawyers together to protect us. You said it would be cheaper to come after us, but they'd come after us now, right? They wouldn't come after us. I mean, people will come after us post squeeze, but that's another story. The SEC, like, if you start talking about, like, buying the stock at specific times and stuff, or, like, discussing, like, this is all, like, things you shouldn't discuss with each other in, like, open public forums because, like, or any, like, public forum because, like, that's what the SEC's like. If they're watching, like, our Supersonic or our GME or Wall Street Bets, that's what they're watching for. They're watching for, like, collusive action on the price of the stock, because that would be market manipulation on our part, right? Like, and I'm sure um, they would all love it if we got in trouble for something like that, because that would be all over the news. They'd be like, look how these Redditors are manipulating the stock market. Like, trust me, that's best to just like not talk about that. You don't need to, right? You just need to buy and hold your shares. If people want financial advice, tell them to read a book. I like Heiken Ashi candlesticks. They're my favorite. Elon's a strong supporter of this channel. He likes to go to the moon. So do we. I refer to us as in a community of people gathered around a common idea. I do not refer to us in whatever negative legal connotation that would make me like a fud shill. I don't know. I didn't read that DD apparently. I thought Red Chess Queen like made this like real clear on all the like subreddits about how like we us does not refer like like a community of market manipulators, but as a community of people interested in the same topic educationally. Uh, so I don't think that has to be talked about anymore. Like the we us thing, it's just a waste of time. IV dropping. They might. Yeah, IV's dropping off really hard. I don't like it. Could they try to delay for another 20 days? I mean, I don't know how long they can kick the can down the road, honestly. No one does. There's no way to, like, that's why you shouldn't, like, believe anything that tells you that, like, the squeeze is an XXX date or this is what'll happen before the squeeze, because, I mean, like, but by the time I finish this sentence, like, a short position could just turn around and be like, you know what, we give up, buy, and they'll start buying, and then that's the end of it, right? That's all it takes. And like that could be a conversation on the other side of the country or the other side of the world, completely separate from anything we're discussing, that occurs and takes place and causes this action, right? It's just like the flutter of a butterfly's wings, right? Like we don't know. You can't predict it, no matter how hard you try. And I'm pretty sure they can't stop it. Yes. Seems like every big spike happened yesterday as well. I mean, I wouldn't call yesterday a big spike. So we moved up like a couple channels of resistance. No. No, because if someone put in a limit sell at 200, it would only go through if the price was near or around $200 and someone wanted to buy that share for $200. Think of it like a bazaar. Like when you sell stocks at a limit, you're just out there like, oh, here are my GME shares. They're $10 million. And someone has to come along and be like, I'm looking for GME shares at or around $10 million. And you're like, well, here are mine. And then they buy yours. And then you guys have a great day. I will check out Home Depot Hanks DD. Wolfman, January 28th started this all. Well, sure. Are we going to start using lunar cycles to predict the stock market? Because I feel like people have probably tried and failed. I need to see if our Reddit post is working again. Still down. Man, this is intense. Thanks for keeping it going even when the post is gone. Yeah, I'm trying, but they're not making it easy. Let me check Ko-Fi. Sorry if you put anything in here. Yeah, so if you guys want to support the channel, there's a Ko-Fi link down below that helps out with stuff. And feel free to like or subscribe. Or don't like it. I don't care. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Looks like AMC doesn't want to make me any money today. Based on FTDs on ETFs, and it makes shockingly good sense, and I think he fit a big piece of the puzzle together. Sure. I wonder how he's figuring out how to track short shares borrowed from ETFs. I immediately see like there's data missing from that equation, and I don't know where he got it, but I'll check it out. I'm open-minded. I'm an astrological trend trader. Yeah. I only trade like the rise of Sagittarius. I find it to be highly profitable. Happens during power. Yeah, I mean, I'd like interesting things to happen for the sake of my dwindling YouTube channel and my career as a premier finance guru. And then also just because like I want to make some money. But Elon, your continued support in my channel really means a lot. I'm sure once people realize you're in here, that they are going to be just all over the opportunity to come and chat with you. Maybe we could do like a live AMA with you in chat. Also, could you please start accepting Dogecoin for Teslas so I can spend this crappy cryptocurrency that I'm holding? Also, because I want it to go up to $12 before I spend it. Shocker. Twist. Hopefully all coins instead. I'll wake up at 3 a.m. to check the German market. Right? I haven't lost any money on Doge. I just don't want to buy any more of it. Right? Like I bought it for so cheap and now it's like really expensive and I don't want to buy it anymore. But I don't want to sell it. I want it to be worth more. I understand that my position is conflicted. Soon, TM. Sorry, I'll leave it on GameStop. I know, before people get mad at me. I'm gonna leave just another comment. At 12. I'm just gonna hide my edits in the comment section for people to upvote. This is fun. Edit 9, 10. I think this is 11. Yeah. This was like an old trick when you got like your post banned from a subreddit, but it was popular. It's like people would come in and like just keep the comment section alive. I guess it still works. 25. I'm sorry, I'm just updating Reddit via the comment section on the post they shut down. 170 local. What else did I want to tell them? There's something else important that I had on my mind. Oh yeah, $200. Just wanted to let them know about the calls. Yeah, I figure some people are probably own some AMC also. I just wish it would like do something. I wish either one of them would just do something. The SPY's still just like kind of everything's just like doing nothing today. It happens. Some days are less interesting than others, but the days that are really interesting, you can talk about for years. So that's what we're waiting for. Hmm. Volume? A little bit. Someone doesn't want the price down here. I'm intently watching this buyer. This one. It's got me quite curious. Ooh. 2. If there's more than 21 taco holders, I'm not using these charting methods that you're talking about. I can only eat like 3 tacos. Maybe 4 if I'm like drunk or something, but three is my taco limit. I want to count 21 tacos in the GME chart. On what time scale? That doesn't even have a time scale. This is a flawed technical indicator. This is also a double bottom, by the way, if anyone's curious. Bottom, bottom. It's like a butt, right? Like the stock's like sitting down, your little cheeks, your butt cheeks, all right? And so then it will get up because it's done sitting. That's my technical analysis. Taco Tuesdays are a California thing. I have impeccable chart analysis. Well, I hope so. Alright. Let's see what's going on with our stream condition. Everything's looking good. Oh, that's nice. Did they fix my chart yet? Bastards. Yeah. Sorry for anybody who's like listening in or watching that's missing out on the live charting. I want to update it. It's just like they're not letting me. And then I tried to repost the post, like a whole new one, and they're just like, this post has already been posted. So I don't know what to do. I just have to wait for the mods to step in and fix it. which maybe never based on my experience of trying to contact them previously. 2 scoops of breakout? I hope so. I would like to see a breakout on GME because I want to make money today. All right, Spartan, you have a good day, man. Get that pump. Or whatever you do at a gym. I don't know. Gains trend. Yeah, pump. That's right. It's like not cutting. Bulking. Why do all gym terms have such like they're not nice in the mouth? They're not good words. Bulk, gains, training. Ugh. Just want to sit on my ass, make money. Battle Pokemon Masters. How's the big wedge look? Well, we broke out of it yesterday, and then Weeble deleted part of it, but I can redraw it by hand. It's like it like came down here. Right? Hold on, we're gonna do this with a crayon. It came down here like that, and then we're up here. Like we're totally out. If anything, we're like consolidating before another move up, like on the 4 hour. That's how I look at it, at least. So it's bullish, looking good. Obviously, like we're in an upward trend on the 4 hour, consolidating upward trend, which is also known as a bull flag or a ascending wedge, and hopefully that just carries on forever until we're all super rich. Whenever Warden said it would move up, it moved down. Let's be fair on Warden here, okay? Because I got some comments kind of like doing some Warden bashing. Warden was trying to describe a sock that moved sideways for an entire month with like almost no real action, you know? And like he hung in there. And I'm hanging in there too. You just have to remember that like this is a waiting game. We're playing the long game, and no one's gonna make it any shorter for us. Warden's not bad at technical analysis, and for me, that's a huge compliment. Like he's not even like I'm in finance. Like he's like he does like computer stuff. He's not even in finance, and his knowledge of the market and his like his plans with GME, I think are solid. He has like the right fundamental mentality to play the market. He's logical and on top of it. He pays attention to what he's doing. He presents good, validated arguments, and I'm in support of that. Yeah, we're just turning around. We have no volume. I only stepped in because I was afraid that somebody would come in. Honestly, I'll be honest with all you guys, since all 200 of you that are here right now, I'm going to tell you the real truth. I stepped in because I was afraid somebody who knew less would. And that scared me. I wonder if I connect with the youngins. Like, how young? You have to be 18 years old to invest legally. This is volume for ants. I just don't want somebody coming in and be like, this is the way technicals work. Look at my charts. just drawing lines on shit with no, like, I understand a lot of technical analysis. It's like, oh, look at him drawing lines, but it's deeper. There's more to it than that, I swear. Dude, I'm in my 30s, and I feel like I had never matured after the age of like 13. I still find like silly things very funny and amusing, and have like a terrible sense of responsibility. Um, have you talked with Warden? I haven't. I don't think he's ever like reached out to me or anything. If I were him, I might not like me very much. Like, um, like he created all this like momentum for like his YouTube or whatever, and then had to step away. And then like, unfortunately, when you do something like that, like something's gonna step in to fill your place. Like, and I feel like I did it for the right reasons and not the wrong ones. Like, I'm not here to like profiteer off you guys or like become the world's biggest YouTuber, but like, I did want to make sure that the information coming out was like credible. I'm sure if I got big enough, he might like talk to me, or maybe he would like want to come on the stream and like do DD with me. That'd be cool. I'd be down. I love, intellectual conversation as much as the next ape. Yeah, he might not. I think he's like very wrapped up with school. When am I fighting Jake Paul? I would fuck him up. No, like really. I hate that guy. If anybody can arrange a fight with Jake Paul and me, I will 100% attend. I can't believe he won that last one. That was crazy. I don't want to consider the Taco Tuesday analysis. It's like it sounds gross. You want me to look? What's the chart? You never told me. None of your biz. Tell me what the chart is. What time frame did the tacos form on? Am I an MMA fan? I used to do MMA for a long time, and then I decided that like getting punched in the head was something I didn't want, so I stopped because I thought it'd be more valuable to have brains than a battered body. And I was right. Although parts of my body are still battered, which is unfortunate. Do you have any resources you would suggest to improve upon technical analysis? I'm actually going to post like some like books and YouTube resources that I think are good. I'm either thinking about doing it as like a thing on Reddit, or maybe I'll like post it to my own profile so people can check it out, or maybe I'll put it in the Discord. Just like educational materials, and that way like I can link like a bunch of stuff that I think will help like newer traders out. Change it to lines and count the taco holders. I don't know what that means. Are you talking about like switching from like candlesticks to like are you talking about doing like this? And like I don't know how many tacos. There's so many. There's thousands of tacos if I do this. If I zoom in, I was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16. There's 16 taco holders. Are you happy? I'm not ever using this chart again. It's ugly. Those charts are actually really bad for like watching stocks. I know everyone's like used to seeing them in like movies and stuff, but candlesticks are much better because those don't measure volume. Okay, don't get me started on God Pill. I don't know why Warren's friends with him. It's the only thing I don't like about Warden. I think Warden's just never watched his stream. That's the theory I'm gonna hold to make myself feel better. Well, I mean, yeah, you want me to zoom out and start counting taco holders? It gets crazy. Look how many are there. It's so many more than 17. I just zoomed in and did it. Just this like last 30 minutes, hour. Yeah, sure. There you go. 6 more tacos and we get a breakout. That sounds good. I think 6 tacos could easily form in the next, oh, what do we got? Hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, I know. I was there in the stream when he did it. I was like, oh, that's like a huge donation. It's super cool. But then I realized he was insane. I'm sorry, but I actually had positions expiring the same week as him. This is how much I hate Godpill. I had positions expiring the same week as that guy, and I hoped they wouldn't print just so he would be wrong. How how messed up is that? Like, I hoped that all of his money would disappear forever rather than I also make money that same week. He's everything like I'm against. I'll tell you that. That's what Godpill is for me. Everything he believes in and talks about, I am strongly against. Yeah, you didn't miss anything. Any takes on the Bloomberg picks of institutional ownership by country having unknown in second place at 6 to 8%. First place USA likely at 90. I know they're limited in use, but still concerning, right? 6 to 8% of the float being owned by unknown. That's just like any country that doesn't have a like its own financial market, right? Like we have somebody in here from Malaysia. I don't think they have a financial market. He probably owns some stock. He's part of that 6 to 8% you're referring to. Praise Jeebus. Anyway, I don't feel like a lot of time needs to be wasted on Godpill. And it's just that. It's a waste. I would have been fine with all the insane rhetoric if he like knew what he was talking about when it came to like stocks or options. But he's been trading for like 3 months. He doesn't know shit. So it's just like, oh, I'm getting really triggered right now. This is bad. Okay, we'll move on. We're going to move on. Let's talk about why AMC has decided to stop printing my calls and trade sideways like GME. Isn't it Bloomberg only institutional? No, Bloomberg's ownership data tracks the entire planet. And there's funds that exist in countries that don't have their own financial markets. So even if that were the case, also Bloomberg doesn't have a lot of information that's like, it's not special. It's not like special data. It's just like, I know, Godpill banned me from his stream. See my trigger. I'm not gonna get triggered. I mean, it's just doing nothing, right? It's just I have days till expiration. I don't care. You just posted your YouTube link to Warden's Discord for exposure. Oh, that's really cool. Thank you, Nico. Or Nikiko? Nikiko Dragon? Thank you. That's very cool of you. Yeah, so addressing that, yeah, Bloomberg data isn't special. They pay for it, but it's not like it's mostly good for like news. Like sometimes it gets news feeds really fast. I've actually played with Bloomberg terminals before, and it's like there's a service that you can get where you can like like back end one from your own house that's a lot cheaper. But again, like I don't think there's any data on Bloomberg that's super relevant, or that we couldn't find out in other ways. Anybody here who goes to like university or a lot of like state colleges probably has access to a Bloomberg terminal also. Thoughts on the actual float. I keep seeing numbers that include Sunvest and Dimensional and sometimes even Fidelity. So I actually, a little while ago, I found some pretty pertinent DD that he really tried to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Fidelity no longer owns any GameStop. And I think he did a good job of it. Enough that like he had me pretty convinced. And like I said, I'm generally pretty skeptical. But I think I theoretically I think he's right. And Fidelity sold their position out in January. So if any DD is suggesting Fidelity still has an ownership of GME, like a large ownership, like as big as BlackRock, it's probably basing its information on incorrect data. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so sometimes people are yeah, it is weird to see tweets. Tweets have a shocking I should learn to use Twitter because tweets are so important in predicting market movement. But that's kind of like buy the rumor, sell the news, if you guys have heard that common phrase. Tweets come before the news, right? Because they're a rumor. So Twitter's like a rumor mill. So yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure if you like tracked investments based on Twitter over time, they wouldn't be like huge winners. But I'm sure there is like, momentum information to be gained from it. And that's, yeah, that's why you see it listed in Bloomberg, because like it tracks, I think it tracks specific Twitter accounts, right? Like it's not just like anybody. But it's like if Elon tweets about like Tesla, like they want to see the tweet the second it pops up rather than like, hear about it from a news article 12 minutes later, because that 12 minutes can be like $50 in the price of Tesla. Do big holders need to file an amended 13DFG when they exit positions? So they file them at specific times during the year to declare their positions. I don't know when, but like, yeah, they do have to declare the position eventually. But like, I don't think Fidelity's filed theirs, but I'm like pretty sure they sold in January. So when they file, they'll declare that they've exited the position. I think when they buy into the position, they have to file one immediately if they own like above a certain percentage. I'm not a corporation, so it's not something I really have to worry about. I pay attention to like institutions buying into stocks, but not always through their like 13. I think it's usually 13F forms. Because obviously like an institution buying into a stock is big news, especially if it's like a big position, because that could really have an effect on the price. What I really think is that like a lot of long whales are waiting to see like who's coming in. Like we're sitting here with stock in a company that doesn't like currently have an active CEO. Like when you're a hedge fund, like you have a lot more. Like you can't YOLO, right? Like you have agreements with your investors that you can't do like obscene things with their money. Um, as a matter of fact, if you look back at like Michael Burry and like his whole thing with like the 2008 financial crisis, he actually had like a contract that he could choose to manage the funds he had control of any way he chose. And so like he got to do like crazy things with people's money, and that's kind of what made him so famous, because he had like a bet and he just made like a big YOLO bet with all these other people's money, and they were pissed about it at the time. It was like he got sued, all kinds of stuff. Like there was a lot of big problems with what like the investors felt like what he was doing with their money, even though he was right, and like they all made a ton of money. I think some still even sued him even after they made a ton of money, like on principle. But like most hedge funds like have a like investor agreements, and so they're not going to just like take all their clients' money and just like throw it at one stock, right? They have to have like good like fundamental analysis and sound reasoning of like why this is a good long-term investment. And like I think we need some news from GME on that front before any like other big like BlackRock, Fidelity type players come in and buy an institutional stake in GME. And if they plan the transition right, I could see people like Kathy Wood, like she manages ARK investment funds, and like they handle like a lot of big ETFs. I could see her being interested because like she has her fund has like a very big interest in like upcoming companies. So like there's funds that play the transition, right? And then because they want the growth, and then there's funds that will like play stability, and like so different funds will come in at different times because of different interests. But I think they're just waiting for like a little information or stability. Like if they announce Ryan Cohen as CEO, right? Like that would be huge news. Like he's chairman and CEO. He wields like all the power of the company. The takeover is complete, and like that could bring big funds in to buy the stock, and that could trigger the Moas. So that's my 2 cents on that. So this drop earlier, just shorting. I think it was like a combination of some day trader selling because they were afraid of the chop. Um, I think some day traders might have bought the bounce. So maybe some of this selling, this low volume selling here was day traders. I think there was some shorting on these bigger bars. And then I think overall market pressure, there was like a lot of market pressure at that moment. We saw like a dip, like a big dip in the, if you look right here on the SPY at the same time, there was a big dip. And so yeah, I think that's all it was. It looks like we've got a nice uptrend here, and we might be coming back up around 2 to 3 to test 180. That could happen quickly if we get some volume. But yeah, no big deal. Nothing's like I get it's funny that I've started doing this. I'm like the stock will like do this like pattern here, and it'll like drop, and every like I get so many messages that people are like, oh my god, what's happening? And I'm just like, nothing. The stock dropped $5. It went up 30. We're cool. You're welcome, Jacob. I'd love them to announce a crypto dividend. That's complicated because I don't know how brokerages can pay that dividend out. Like we'd have to like go claim it into a wallet, I think. But yeah, it could be interesting. It could be an interesting way to like really stuff it to the shorts. There was someone who did that. I'm not sure which company it was, but I remember reading about it when it happened. And I was like a little late to the boat, so I don't like to chase things that are running generally unless I think they have a lot more room to run. But there was like some stock a while back that was like running real hard because they announced like a crypto dividend. OSTA 2K, is that the stock? Overstock. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, they just well, I mean, if you're the CEO of a company, you hate shorts, right? Because like most of your salary and money from the company is paid in stock, and you want that stock to go up in value based on the actions you're taking as a CEO, right? That's how you make your money. And if shorts come in, they're like essentially like coming in and devaluing your salary. So I'm sure as a CEO of a company, it feels like a very personal attack when people are shorting your stock, right? Because they're like literally taking money out of your pocket. Same as an investor, but at a much larger scale. You know what I thought they should do is like um, create NFTs for digital game titles, and then that way you could trade them back in, and they could continue their trade-in policy of giving people nothing for their video games, but in a digital format. Although that might not work. I don't know anything about NFTs, honestly. I just know that like sometimes they make stocks run. Like there's nothing as a 30-year-old man I can wait to do more than like go on GameStop's website and have them offer me like $1 for my $65 game I bought a week before. Sorry, I have some bad childhood memories surrounding GameStop. I remember one time I had like all these games, and I think I really wanted Final Fantasy VII, and I took like my entire game collection, which was like a lot of games. It was like 30 games into GameStop, and I was like, I had no money, and I was just like, how much will this get me off the price of Final Fantasy VII? And the guy behind the counter was like, $15, and I was just like absolutely crushed. Oh, Peeler, we're sideways. We're just traveling. The stock is traveling along its road, but not veering a lot. New management, I think it would be a more equitable situation these days. Well, one can hope, right? Like, I really hope that's something Ryan changes, because I always thought that that was like, from a business standpoint, that that was like a really good way to connect with like your local community, you know, and even maybe like in like more disenfranchised communities, you could offer things like discounts on games for like good report cards and stuff like that, you know, that would like encourage economically disadvantaged kids to like do well in school for like a small discount on the games you sell. I think that'd be cool. But we'll see. I mean, like, obviously I'm not the CEO of GameStop. That'd be awesome. Yes, if GameStop offers me a position as CEO, I accept. Done deal. I'll accept the position and quit being a streamer. Thank you, Besley Studio. Yeah, I mean everyone's got ideas, right? It's just not a lot of people have the capital to make them happen. Speaking of capital, feel free to donate to the channel down below, like and subscribe for future content. I did it. I did it. I nailed it. I'm getting so good at that. People were in here yesterday. I would be proud. When's House Cards Part 2 DD coming out? I don't know, Peeler. I don't know. I hope he tells me something in the second one that I didn't know already. I was all like hyped up and waiting for it. And I was like, I know this. They teach this in financial textbooks. This is pull plug. Is that just a plug? What do you think about the theory that deep in the money calls are being used to reset FTDs? They probably are. Like, actually, if you look at my Reddit, which the link should now be working, I have an extremely speculative DD of what I think could possibly be occurring, maybe in the market. It was my gonna call it my opus to well, no, let's just call it my trip down tinfoil hat alley. Um, but yeah, you can read that if you want. It's pretty short, but yeah, that's I cover some of what I think is occurring and how they seem to have such unrealistic amount of short shares, because that's really the problem I was trying to solve. Thoughts on the DD on WSB regarding Oreo increasing stuffing equal market crash? Uh, yeah, so I don't actually know anything about this, but I had read at some point that Oreo Nabisco has, I think who makes Oreo, has been like during times of economic hardship, Nabisco has predicted stock market crashes by like increasing the amount of filling in their um, like Oreo cookies. And as somebody who will only buy XL triple stuffed Oreos, I don't know about the rate of change in Oreo stuffing because mine are stuffed to the max. But like if they stuffed Oreo XL like triple stuffed anymore, there wouldn't even be cookies in the package. You just have like three logs of cream filling with no cookies separating anything. But yeah, I mean, I've read about. There's a few other like weird economic indicators. I think the market's like got too much liquidity. I think it's running a little too hot. I haven't played the market for an actual crash, but it looks like some things need to be corrected. There's some companies out there that are way overvalued, and a lot of companies that are way undervalued. So it's definitely an interesting time. I mean, the entire global economy shut down for like half a year, right? More than half a year, and the stock market ran wild. So like, think about that. Like, in terms of like, this is supposed to be something that achieves balance in our society, and it's just very lopsided to the on the bullish side, which is great if you like to buy stocks and sell them. Two large block purchases of deep in the money calls yesterday at the same time. 318 out of Philadelphia, 400 of the 15 calls with expiration 4/30/21, and 280 of the $5 calls. So like sometimes people will buy deep in the money calls like that. Like it can be used to reset FTDs, but they can also buy them in order to move into a position without immediately affecting market price, right? Like to a great degree. So like if you want to move into a big position, that's like one way to do it without maybe having too much effect on the price at market. Because like if you want to move into a big position and you bought all your shares at market, the price would increase so dramatically that like you would lose a lot of money moving into that position, right? Say you want to buy into GameStop for $40 million. Like if you put 40 million, if you just dropped $40 million onto the market and like open buy orders, the price would just run up, right? And so like to get into a big position like that, sometimes it's helpful to buy like deep in the money calls and then exercise them slowly. So you're guaranteed the stock, but you have time to get it, right? So it can be both. It is a way to reset FTDs, though. That is correct. At least it's shown to be true so far. Like, there's also most retail traders with instant trading in the history of forever. So let's find out what a crash does in these days. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I mean, I have like crash contingencies set up, and I'm not like a paranoid person, but I think it's good to cover your ass, I guess. Craft, I think Craft has a lot of liquidity, right? But they rely on a lot of other things, like I don't know how strong their like own logistics network and everything is. I think they rely on a lot of like of their retailers to move their product for them. Is GameStop doing the deep in the money puts? Wait, would that help them do what they're doing? No, unlikely. Also, I don't think they can like buy your own shares in the open market like that. You can buy them back, but that they're not buying back shares; they're selling shares, right? So like, why would they buy them back? They're trying to raise. They raised. I mean, they're not trying. They raised capital. Like they're not. So traditionally, things that are safe in market crashes are like gold, oil, commodities, food, like Kraft Heinz, things like that. Those are all usually really safe bets because people have to eat, right? And shipping, trucking sometimes does okay. Oil usually does okay. Um, Crypto, I don't know, because like crypto really been around for a crash, like in the limelight like it is now? I mean, I don't, I'd have to see how like I mean, crypto's been around for corrections and it's run on corrections, so that's a sign that like crypto could be like negative, like have an inverse effect. Supposedly GME moves inverse to the market, so I mean it does, but it's a time frame thing. It's like an after hours. I don't want to get into the whole negative beta conversation again today. It's so boring. But no, not cash. Cash is bad in a financial financial thing. Like a market crash, like cash becomes inflated and worthless. Yeah, gold, maybe crypto, but no one's to say. Like, no one actually knows if crypto will be a value store in the event of a crash because like crypto hasn't experienced a big crash yet. No, dude, chicken stock's great. Buy some chicken stock. Maybe like chicken bone stock though, like the kind that has protein, because you don't want to just drink like chicken flavored salt water. That'll kill you really quick. We're trending up, but in the slowest possible fashion. I don't think volume's really picking up. Oh man, I really want to stop yawning, but I can't. I can't stop yawning. It's bad form. I want to see if my chart's back up so I can tell people that we're still doing nothing. Oh, it's back. Hey. Okay, I'm gonna update Reddit now because they technically haven't gotten a real update in forever, and I feel super bad. So, edit. One sec, guys. Just Take a screenshot for them so we can see what's happening. That's AMC. So it looks like we're going to be testing resistance based on that little breakout right there on that tiny spike of volume. So I expect to test. If we get more volume, it'll push through. Send that edit off to Reddit, and then I will be with you guys. I'm so sorry for doing that. I just gotta, I want to make sure that they're all updated. They've been sitting there for hours with like the post banned, and I've been getting so many messages over there, and I'm glad I'm finally able to update them on the situation. Crypto is not something we'll see be safe until coins consolidate, if ever, or once actual use of coins start being useful. I think we'll see crypto keys being used for a lot of things. Yeah, I don't know. I've traded crypto, but I'm not like super invested in it. I have some Dogecoin. You know, that's how I feel about crypto. I own some Dogecoin, but I bought it years ago. So it's not like I didn't buy enough. I'll tell you that much. I didn't buy enough. I should have bought way more, but you know, FOMO and all that. I haven't bought more, but I'm not selling it. Back up. I did, and I fixed it. Thank you so much for telling me, Broken Hand. It'll likely become the backbone at some point as well, unless the world's internet goes down. We'll have ways to validate cash before converting to fiat. Yeah. Do you know what the big MACD hullabaloo trending on Reddit means? I don't understand the chart enough to see why they're showing it crossing some line. Yeah, I can show you that right now. That's easy. I have the MACD open and everything. So if we zoom in here on the daily, or actually a little down from close, or from like the previous close, or whatever, we're showing red, but the MACD is about to do an intraday crossover for the first time since here. So that's a big, like, we're gonna have a lot of upward momentum signal this week, and so that's why everyone's so excited. It's just like the volume's going to pick up to the upside, and now our little dot's green because we're back above 180. So it's getting, you know, it's picking up. If you look at like on my Reddit, I have some DT about like this week essentially, and I go over like the MACD crossover. I go over TTM squeeze. I point out like some of the bull signals that I see in the chart, and I go over a little bit like Warden's wedge as well, and some interesting thoughts I had on shorts. I think I pinned it to my Reddit profile, so if anybody wants to read it, you're more than welcome to check it out. But that could like maybe give you like an idea of what's happening. But everything's going kind of as I expected. We're up, and everything's pointing up. So I continue to expect us to move up throughout this week. Yeah, I mean, you can see that on the daily too, right? So if I turn the MACD, where is it? So if you look here, crossover here, and if you go back to January, crossover here, right here, and then run up. So it's 3 times it's been accurate. MACD's not. So MACD's trailing, right? So it's still. It doesn't predict the future. It just tells you something could happen. But like, if the stock like doesn't, the MACD lines like it'll just run parallel. right? And like the crossover won't happen. So the stock has to keep going up for the crossover to occur. But yet, that's also another thing that like triggers algorithmic trades is like a MACD crossover. So algorithms heavily track like a lot of technical indicators, and so sometimes you can try to like trade alongside them. It's hard because they're way faster than you, but I've tried like a strategy that revolves around that. It was like okay. This is Rocket League. It is. This is just a game. For anybody who didn't know, um, this is absolutely just a big game. But let me go back to the 1 minute because I want to see this test. See, this is good. So anytime you see upwards momentum, like, and it stops, like, the stop is bad, but only if we trail off afterwards. If we break through that, that's just like a tiny resistance point, right? But like that shows that like we have some momentum to our upside, which I like to see on a stock that's moving. So that is anybody who's asking, that's a doji candle. See how it has a top and bottom wick. I can zoom in on it even more so you guys can really see it. But yeah, if you look, it's got like top and bottom wicks, which means that the price traded on that 1 minute reached here and here, but the volume was about equal on both price points. It moved everything. So the volume was about equal, and so that's why this, like, the fill of the candle is very small. And so that means just like it was just stabilized, sort of. And when prices stabilize, they usually tend to trade towards the downside. But as you can see, like, well, they'll trade towards the longer wick, right? So this is top wick is longer, and so we move to here where we have much of the same doji candle, right? But still with that longer top wick, and then a little stronger, and then this one's a little weaker. As you can see, we're trading on the bottom wick of that now. So it's just like some candlestick reading for like very short-term trades. Will we end over 180 today? I'd like to. We're approaching VWAP, so if we cross VWAP, I think we could end higher than 180. I'd like to end at like 190 something. Like I want to test the 200 resistance tomorrow, because after you break 200, it's like 212, 225, and then 250 is the last like big resistance, and then after that, it kind of just runs. Is it the yellow line crossing the blue line? It's doing that a lot, so I didn't think that's what they were talking about. On the Maxi, it's like I have it. I mean, you can change the lines to any color you want, but it doesn't do it a lot actually. On the daily, it does it rarely, right? Like since beginning of January, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, and this will be our 5th. So that's in a 4-month period. You're 5 crossovers. So technical indicators like this always work better on like the long-term charts. So like 4 hours and up, I like to look at. And then also, if you look at the RSI here, the RSI is starting to pick up, and we've been very flat. But flat's better than like oversold. There's less. It's just kind of like, I mean, this is all our sideways trading. But yeah, it's crossed over a few times, but not a lot of times. If you look at MACD on like the daily, I'm sure it's probably crossed over like that many times just today, right? But you don't, it's not as accurate of an indicator on a daily chart. I have like 8 days played on RL. Oh, Rocket League. That's what I do between bouts of crying when my GME calls expire worthless. I have a friend who's super good at Rocket League. He's like pro level. Some of the stuff he does in that game, I can't even contemplate trying. It's too hard. Also, not like the biggest soccer fan, I guess, or football. if you will, depending on where you live. But I'm probably not like the biggest sports fan either. So I don't like a lot of sports. I don't like watching people do things. I'd rather do them myself. Like I like to play sports, but I don't like watching them, if that makes sense. I think we probably just need to end around 185, 190 if we want to have a good shot at breaking 200 this week. Yeah, probably. I mean, it doesn't have to end at 185, 190 today to break 200. Like, we just want to get into that channel, like that resistance. We want to be above 180, definitely. Yeah. I mean, let me tell you, if this stock greatly crosses 200 this week, there's going to be a lot of checks printed. Rocket League is the closest thing to a sport. Yeah, I guess. I mean, esports, right? Esports are sports. Check Reddit. Just want to make sure everything's staying up. We're back. Everyone's reading into Reddit having issues as a sign that the stock is going to shoot. You know, there's like more users on Reddit daily than there are like invested in GME as a whole, right? Like, not everything that happens on Reddit is about us. Not everything that happens in the world is about us. I don't know if I talked about this earlier, but I saw like some oh yeah. So I got distracted because my post got taken down. I was like reading some like obscure Wall Street Bets spin-off like subreddit posts, and like some stockbroker got run over in like Shanghai by a bus, and everyone was like trying to link it to like Citadel and like how he might have been a whistleblower, but they had like no information on the guy whatsoever. It was just like some dude who was a stockbroker got hit by a car or a bus. And like, as fun as that is, like, come on. We don't have to make everything about us, do we? Maybe we do. I'm pretty self-centered, so I don't mind, but some pretty massive DDoS sweeps. I mean, aren't most like major like AWS and all that pretty protected from DDoSing at this point? Yeah, I see a shrug formation forming too. Digital good time. You guys are funny. This is cool. Oh yeah, anybody new in the chat? If I haven't told you, because I keep forgetting to remind people, drop a like if you like it, um, and subscribe if you want to see more, and donate if you want to help out. It's all appreciated. And if you don't like it, go watch something else. Why are you watching this if you don't like it? It doesn't make sense. I don't watch shows on Netflix I don't like. I turn them off and watch something else. Although more and more, I don't like any of the shows on Netflix, but that might just be because I've seen most of the good ones. That's not saying, you know, buy puts on Netflix because I don't like it. I also don't like Disney Plus. You're seeing these thousands of modems. I'm not even going to get into this. Do you want something to eat? GME subreddits. This is how your grandma asking you if you want food means the Moas is coming. Yeah. Favorite Netflix shows. The last one that I really, really liked was Probably like The Witcher. It's been a while since I've seen something I really liked on Netflix. Yeah, and that's just because like I'm a big fan of the games. I play them a bunch, and like, yeah, Plex is the way, but I'm too lazy to like set up my own media server and like illegally download thousands of movies because like I'll just run into like a thing where like I want Netflix to choose the movies for me, right? Like I want them visible and displayed. Like I don't want to have to go find the movies. I want Netflix to choose them. I just want them to be ones I enjoy. That's what I pay them for. Yeah, which was good. I actually just started watching this show on Prime called like Frank in Ireland or something, and it's hysterical. It's like one of the funniest shows I've seen in a long time. Show me to keep my eyes on the chart. Thank you for this. Oh, you're welcome, Mark. Thank you for the compliment. Plex is the way. Witcher was good. The best evidence is no evidence. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think the financial markets are like uncorrupted. You know, I think they're a cesspool, but it's a cesspool that I like hanging out in. Steps before a storm. Ugh, I suppose. I mean, it's also something about magnetic like resonance, right? Because like storms move like large amounts of. I don't know. I read something about that at some point. I don't want to try to work my way through that thought. So 3 years downtime series for time setting up a 140 terabyte server. That's insane, man. That's I'm sorry you had so much downtime from surgery. I had 6 months in my life at one point, downtime from a knee surgery, and that's awful. I couldn't even imagine 3 years. The Expanse. I want to check it out, but like right now I'm at a point in my life where if shows appear to be too interesting or deep, I'm actively avoiding them because I don't want to get like dragged into being up until like 7 a.m. and then coming on here with no sleep and trying to talk to, you know, you guys about the stock market. But at the same time, simultaneously, that might have happened. I can't tell you because that would be too much insight into my private life. But maybe I was up all night watching Netflix. I don't know. I'm not sure if I slept. Afterlife with Ricky Gervais was amazing. I will say that. That was a great series. Both seasons. Fantastic. Ricky Gervais is a genius. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to start the Expanse because of exactly that reason. Also, yeah, Game of Thrones, the ending was awful. Okay, I heard the ending was awful. I'll be honest, I stopped watching in like season 7 because I stopped paying for like HBO. And then like season, I think it was season 8, like whatever the last season was, 8 or 7, came out, and I've never seen it. So actually, my view of Game of Thrones is still that it's like awesome because I never saw that awful last season. I'm still waiting for season 8. Season 8 come out? I don't know. And if you tell me it has, I'm not going to believe you. I'm going to call you a FUD shill. FUD spreading shill. If you tell me season 8 of Game of Thrones is real. People at work, you're saying Last Kingdom. I've seen it. There's not a lot on Netflix I haven't seen. It was good. It's good. I think it got canceled. Like it was like one of those Netflix shows. Maybe it didn't, but I think it did. I think it got like canceled like as soon as people started to like it. I loved Marco Polo and they canceled it. I don't care how much money it cost. It was better than everything they would have used that money to produce. Uh, are we? I'm not going to call that a breakout of VWAP yet. It looks like we're at VWAP. Like, this is as much as I can zoom in on the smallest time scale. And okay, you're right. You're right. We've crossed it by like half a millimeter, actually. No, but we are going to break through, I think. There's just no volume, though. So, like, we could just get rejected and drop and come back. So, this is my prediction, unless we get some volume on this candle, is that we're going to do this and try it again. There it is. I have read the future. You're welcome. This is going to be a dip of 10 cents if anyone's interested in getting the stock on sale. Yeah, the guy who plays Genghis Khan's an amazing. I actually don't like the guy who plays Marco Polo. He's annoying. But like the guy who plays like Thousand Eyes or whatever it is, Blind Eyes, I don't know his name. Like that old Kung Fu master dude. He's sick. And then the guy who plays Genghis Khan is a phenomenal actor. Like uh I want to make like Ian McKellen level good actor. Um Like I feel like he's more interesting than the actual historical figure. I saw the first season of The Boys, and I've read like the graphic novel. I don't think it's as good. It's kind of like my girlfriend wants me to like watch the second season, but I just haven't like dove into it yet because I expect to be like disappointed a little more, and I don't like that. Firefly was amazing. That's another show that just got like kicked in the balls by funding. But yeah, Firefly was great. I haven't ever seen The Sopranos. I'm a huge fan of The Wire, but as an Italian from New York, I can't stand Italians from New Jersey. That's that's my personal like I'm trying to grow through it, but I've never been able to. And I don't know if I want to watch a show about that. um Yeah, apparently as long as we keep talking about television shows, like, and I can talk about television shows all day. So technically I could make uh yeah, Omar Coming from the like Roaring Kitty tweet back way back when. That was awesome. That definitely hit me right in the heart. Disney might be bringing back Firefly on Disney Plus. That sounds terrible. I would never want to see it. Everything Disney touches, they ruin. And that's not just because like I don't feel like they're trying to be over inclusive. I just feel like that all of their inclusivity is arbitrary, and I feel like it pisses off everybody. Like I feel like it pisses off the people they're trying to be inclusive of, because it's just like, why would you like make this like lame transition with like no explanation? And then I think it pisses off people who hate inclusivity, which I don't care about them, but Mindhunter is really good. The guy who plays the big tall serial killer who like chopped his mom's head off. I can't remember his name, but he's a great actor. Yeah, you got it. New Jersey Italians are a lot of them are my cousins, and I don't like them either. So it goes deeper. Yeah, Ed Kemper. It goes deeper than anyone can ever know. It's a feud that's happened for millennia. New York versus New Jersey Italians. They're just so annoying. And they had a TV show, and that just made them worse. It's like, ah, buff, I wear gold chains and I beat my girlfriend. It's like, cool, man. Why don't you go to school? Or make some money as a contractor like your dad did before he moved to New Jersey. I don't know. I don't want to like start a whole thing, but you guys are pushing me that way. So it's not my fault. How's the volume looking? None. That's why these little see like you can tell when the volume's crazy because like these little candlesticks will be bigger, right? And right now they're very small, like Tic Tacs. And we want some like big long Johnson style candles to really signify like any kind of move. Like if you look back here, we have some. Like right here, see this? It's like, and this is small too. This is still small, but it's adequate, you know? Like no one's gonna make fun of you for having a candlestick that size. I don't know what Disney's gonna do with it. I'm sure they'll just ruin it, or like they'll get rid of like Joss Whedon or something. Did they cancel Mindhunter? That sucks. I thought, but was that like part of that like group of shows they canceled because of the pandemic? Because they were like, but they like might refund them later or restart them. Well, yeah, refund, like put funds into them again later. I shouldn't say refund, but I think that's confusing. Umbrella Academy's great. That was a good show. Netflix is definitely better for its original content nowadays than it is for like the shows it has rights to. Because like everyone's been just taking all the like all those shows back from Netflix because like they realize that Netflix is just making money off of their intellectual property and they can make money off it themselves. So like eventually like you're just gonna get this is the next company I'm starting if anybody wants to fund this. I am going to create a company that puts all of the streaming providers in one basket and sells it to you, and then the government's going to give me a monopoly to sell you that basket of entertainment every month billed to your account, and then I'm going to tie that in with your internet and telephones, and then if you don't like me, too bad. How does that sound? Does that sound like a good business model? I don't know, maybe we should ask Comcast. Shrek size candles. Yeah, that'd be nice. I don't know what Apple TV does. I don't like Apple. I won't use their products or buy their stock. I don't care how much it goes up. If you told me Apple was going to squeeze harder than GameStop, I still wouldn't buy any. That's how much I hate Apple. That's fine. If you guys love Apple, I don't care. Keep buying their overpriced products that have half the performance of their competitors. Decentralized Netflix. Yeah, exactly. I feel like coming up to and into power hour is when my caffeine kicks in the hardest and I'm the most fun. Sometimes I worry that people watch this with their children. Oh well. Whoever said drugs were bad just wasn't using them right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna put them all together in like I don't know, what should we call it? I think I'll call it like a bundle, right? I'm gonna bundle the streaming services together for my customers. And then I'm going to sell them those bundles at, different like price points. Like I'll have like a bronze bundle where you get like some stuff, but you feel like a piece of shit for not having like the better stuff. And they'll have a silver one that's mostly bronze, but you get to like touch greatness. And they'll have a gold one that has everything, right? And then, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll call it cable. Okay. Become a pirate. It's cheaper. I saw something really funny the other day. It was like, um, some guy was like learning Norwegian, and in his class, somebody didn't know like the word for cowboy, and they called it like American horse pirate, and I thought that was hysterical. Oh yeah, all the things that need to be done to the video before power hour. Make sure you guys do that if you want to. That way you guys can interact with the channel on a real level. You can like, you can subscribe, you can donate me tendies. These are all possibilities. You can join our Discord and check out how dope that is, because I think only one person's in there looking at me right now, and it's awkward. There's no one else in the Discord. Not one of you. Not one of you has joined the Discord and been like, oh, look at all this work Gherkinit did last night for us. But it's there, you know. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. It's fine. I'll keep it for myself. Call it com crap. I want to be a pirate. That sounds fun. Just marauding, doing high sea adventures. I don't like being on boats that are like moving though. I'm okay on like a yacht if I'm just static, but like if they want to move that yacht, I expect to be helicoptered back to shore. BRB changing my name to American Horse Pirate. It's a great name, right? I just smashed the like button. Everyone's yeah, digital good time. Smash that button. Pillaging is a great pastime. It is, and I feel like maybe it's something we're missing in the civilized world of today. Like, if we allowed pillaging, would Melvin Capital's building in Chicago still be standing? Would we have pillaged it? I think so. I think we would have. I think I think there's definitely a segment of apes that would have just been like, ah. I've seen extras. Extras is great. I love so the one thing I got from like living in England as a child is that I love all things British comedy, and I wish more British comedies came out. What's up, Chris? Thanks for being the person in my Discord, man. I like you. Can I like you? Can I subscribe to you and give you an upvote? Because I'm gonna do it. Yeah, but like they don't pillage in a fair way. Like come at me with a saber. Don't 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 attack my bank account from the shadows. There's no honor in it. It's modern roleplay. Yeah, absolutely. Did you watch Inside Number 9 on BBC? No, I haven't seen that. I've seen it like advertised, but I haven't watched it, I should say. There's a like maybe a similar type show that I really like a lot. It's kind of about like people who work in like English parliament or government. It was really funny. Uh, I can't remember what it was called though for some reason. I'm drawing a blank right now. I haven't I haven't seen Wilfred. Um, I just haven't like watched a lot of Australian shows, honestly. In the Thick of It, I think is the name of the show that I'm thinking of, but I can't find it. I haven't seen Yes Minister. I love Trailer Park Boys. Absolutely love it. I think it's one of the best written comedies of our time. I have very strong opinions about the things I like, and even stronger opinions about the things I don't. The Thick of It, yeah. That's right, King Pyrox. Wait, what's our stock doing? Oh, nothing. Um, I thought if we talk about TV shows, we would be at like 190 by now, but we're just still at 180. I've seen some of White Collar. I think I stopped watching it before I finished it. It's just like too procedural for me. I need more. Bad TV show. I don't watch bad TV shows. I turn them off and find something else. We could talk about movies. I like movies too. Am I a cinephile? Maybe. I love Always Sunny. One of my favorite shows. I hear so many people like talk about that show. Like so many people I know hate that show. Letterkenny's amazing. Yeah, Letterkenny's great. Very well written. The guy who writes it is really good. He he's also Shorzy. In case anybody didn't know, fun trivia. Who Shorzy is? It's the main guy whose name I can't remember his name. I haven't seen the show in like a year, but the main guy is Shorzy. Wheel Snipe Sully boys. What We Do in the Shadows, good. I like the new one with Matthew Berry. I love Matthew Berry. He's like one of my favorite actors. I didn't like the original that much. Oh, that's awesome. What's up, Hafra? And Letterkenny? That's super dope. I haven't seen Palm Springs with Andy Samberg. Interesting. Now I have a question, Jason and Kirsten. Um, is this like a shared Google account? Is that how that's working? Or are those both of the names you go by as an individual? Just curiosity. You don't have to tell me. Uh, what's your favorite cult classic movie? Hmm, cult classic. I don't know. I've never like cult cinema. I don't know if it's like cult. I like Hitchcock films, but I don't think those are like cult classics. Goonies, is that a cult classic? That's a movie I have enjoyed or that I like or has like brings me fond memories of childhood. Uh, Jared is super humble guy. The hockey boys believe in aliens. Oh, that's funny. That's super cool. Yeah, I'll have to. My friends are huge Letterkenny fans, so I'll have to tell them that like I met you and you were part of the show. That's super cool. Um, Conjoined twins. I don't know what that is. Digital Good Time. You're confusing me. Tropic Thunder is an amazing movie. It's so good that to this day, no one's really called out Robert Downey Jr. on what occurred there. That's how good Tropic Thunder is. Everyone who saw it was like, fine. This is fine. Shared. Oh, okay. I got it, Jay. Cool. I'm just being open-minded, man. Trying not to let predetermined judgments cloud the way I see things. Donnie Darko, their pronouns are they and them. Thank you. Who? Whose pronouns? Boondock Saints is okay. Boondock Saints might actually win my favorite movie of all time. Not the second one. That movie was hot garbage. But the first one. Willem Dafoe is amazing. That's I would watch the movie if you haven't seen it, but you'll soon find out that Willem Dafoe might be the best actor ever. We still aren't up. We're still trading sideways. We only have minutes till power hour. I'm gonna update Reddit because they're probably bored trying to watch my charts and seeing nothing happening. So I'm gonna let them know that I haven't forgotten about them. I haven't. I suppose I could talk while I'm typing, but that feels weird for me, so I don't do it. All right. Reddit is updated. They know the situation. I should have given them a drawing to go with it, but it's okay. There's nothing to draw. There's no there was a upward trend and that didn't pan out, and now there's nothing for me to draw here. I don't know how to draw this. I'm just like, is that a like a it's that. That's what it is. Which whole speech? Oh, sorry. Was my mic cutting out again? I don't know where to put this thing or how to move my head around it so that you guys can hear me because I can't hear myself. I tried to test it last night and it seemed like it was working well, but I guess maybe it's not. Sorry, Jacob. The parts that you didn't hear might have been juicy too, but I don't know which speech you're talking about. I give speeches at least every 10 minutes, and most of them are about nonsense. Hey, Patrick. How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the channel. We're talking about movies, television shows that we like and enjoy. Interesting. So you're saying you can't hear me right now? Like I'm staying away from the mic. What if I'm back here? Whoa. No, I made that quiet intentionally. It's not a reverb. It's a dynamic mic, so it doesn't pick up like sound from around it. It just picks up sound from in front of it. But you can also probably hear my air conditioner. So my air conditioner is behind me and annoying. But I can't turn it off because I have severe allergies and I'll die. No, not die, but like I'll sneeze for the entire rest of the show, and it's really not fun. Okay, so I'm not cutting out for some people and I am for other. Yeah, I have noise suppression turned on, so like it can sometimes like cut my voice out, I think, because my voice is kind of rumbly and it thinks it's like a vibration. Oh yeah, man. Anytime. I'm glad to help out in any way I can in the absence of Warden, and just here to help, here to offer my vast knowledge to the people that want to accept it. I can't take that seriously. Oh yeah. I should do this, like I should set a timer so I can remember to do this. If you guys like things, like them. And if you don't, watch something else. And if you want to subscribe, that's cool. I like having subscribers, and you'd probably like seeing more of me if that's a button you want to click. And if anybody would like to support the channel, there is a link to our Ko-Fi right below. And that's what I got for now because YouTube hasn't monetized me. And maybe I don't want them to. Maybe I don't want YouTube taking 30% of my money if I can just redirect it through another source. I have to think about that. All right. Yeah, it's probably the AC. We'll be going over options, future call numbers. I lost connection during Warden's Discord yesterday. I mean, what do you want to know? There's a lot of open interest at the $200 strike price this week. So I would tell you that it is in the market maker's best interest to keep the price below $200. That is where their profits are the highest. I mean, that's probably what most of Warden's option data would point to, I would say. They don't want us to cross the 200 line by Friday. Because IV was low yesterday and people bought a lot of $200 calls. I have one. That's how I know. That's how I know people bought them. No, it's because the open interest is available information. And yeah, there's a lot. So that's going to be their goal. And our goal is to be above that. I can tell you if the stock gets above 200, a lot of people are going to make a bunch of money. And hopefully those people are going to use that money to buy more stock in Jimmy. Have you checked Warden's CVVWAP? Talked to him on Discord, and he confirmed the assumption is correct, but the signal is false. Okay. No, I don't have like I don't buy into that signal a lot. It just looks like a volatility signal to me, or like expected volatility signal. There's a million different signals. It's like, it struck true once, right? But like the second run up wasn't a squeeze, and like it also rang, like the indicator like ticked on that as well, and that wasn't a squeeze. So like I don't know precisely what the CVV is predicting. I just expect like it predicts like a upward price trend, but I mean it's only predicted it twice. It's like right in sync with like the MACD and other stuff, and so like and TTM squeeze also predicted all those movements. So like I don't think it's doing anything like super special or different. But he's like the computer programmer guy. I'm not. But I'm pretty sure that's just like an indicator he got from somewhere else. I don't know if he made it himself. But yeah, that's my opinion on CVVWAP. It's fine, but I don't have it. and I don't want to pay for the software to load it into. So if someone wants to send me like I think the daily like screenshot of it, I can like analyze it, but I know how it works. It's got to move to the outer boundary to trigger large volatility and price swing. It's really not that complicated to read. Power, yeah, we are in power hour. I wouldn't say there's a lot of power to it, but that's the hour. It's free. Okay, so it's like an indicator of arbitrage, like an arbitrage indicator. That could be interesting, but yeah, I mean, how different are the we've been trading sideways a lot though, so I can't imagine there'd be like a big price like arbitrage difference between like the US and Europe and Singapore. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, that sounds like violent swings in price would create that. Or maybe like a dissonance. I wonder if dissonance is the right word to use for that. Like a dissonance in the frequency of trading price. Let me think. There's another indicator that tracks something like that. Oh, not sine wave. Damn it. I have to think. Yeah, there are. There's lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of exchanges, but they all route through the primary ones. There's lots of like independent exchanges. It's all just order flow. All just moving order flow through the market. I'm gonna have to think about that. I'll get back to you. Would CVVWAP trigger? Does anybody know if it hit like the outer boundary? Like, do we have discord in the arbitrage of multinational markets on the stock and GME? It could predict future price action, but I don't know if it does, right? Just because it was true twice doesn't make it true 100% of the time. Like, it could have a 50% success rate and be true 13 times in a row and then be wrong on the 14th, right? So, like, you have to back test those types of indicators to make sure that they're valid. I'd be interested in seeing how it performed against the Volkswagen squeeze. If there was a way to, like, line that up. Yeah, I mean, you would you would need it to cross that red line, because that red line would indicate that there is extreme discrepancy between the various price states of the stock, and that like some sort of arbitrage would have to occur to get them all at the same price. I mean, we have so many signals leading into this week. I don't really need another one. I mean, I appreciate Warden's take on it, and it's like there's always a different angle to look at everything. On the 15-minute chart in normal range right now. Yeah, I figure it's probably in a normal range. Like all the activity that's CVVWAP would read is probably like activity that you can predict in other ways. There are arbitrage indicators besides CVVWAP. I can't think of them off the top of my head right now because I don't use them frequently. Like I pay attention to the technical indicators that I use. more than anything else. Like, you really do have to settle on a set, because like if you don't, there's so many available that like you could just spend all your time back testing strategies of all the different like various indicators, and just like, so you really got to find ones that like you like using or you're comfortable with, kind of. It's almost a very personal decision. I don't think that many of them have that much variance in their efficacy, as most indicators are trailing. I actually like one I don't use that I use a lot personally is I think they have it on here actually. Let me see if I can show it to you guys. Indicators. Indicators. I wonder if it's on here. Is it? Yeah, it is. Here, let me turn this on so you guys can see it. So Ichimoku Cloud. I like this because it's actually a predictive indicator. I use Webull. So this is also known as like cloud, and I think they also call it like Japanese cloud, and there's like a couple other names for it. But like I like this because it has trailing indicators, right? It's like kind of all your indicators. Like VWAP style indicators with a little more range. Like this is kind of like a MACD here, and this is sort of like an RSI, like lagging indicator, and then you have like forward predicting indicators, and I actually find them to be pretty useful. Like their crossover points are usually pretty precise, like on future predictions, which is interesting. So it looks like according to this, Jimmy would be on an uptrend, and then we would experience a small crossover to the downside before continuing on the uptrend, right? And yeah, this is probably one of my favorite like intraday like technical indicators or graphing tools, I guess you could call it also. But I'll turn that off because you can't actually see anything with it on, like from a streaming perspective. RSI is picking up. That's good. I think we're gonna break through. There's a sell wall at 180 of 1160, but I think it's getting like broken down a bit. It looks like we're just gonna snap right through. I think the volume start. Yeah, we're getting like, so we're getting. You can see this here. We're getting like a nice increase on volume as we trend up, and that's a really good sign. So yeah, both of those kind of working together. We got a crossover on the 1 minute MACD for you guys who are fans there, and we have a little bit of a spike in RSI. So if interest holds, we'll push out. Let's see. Trading view. Yeah, but I think you have to load the script, and I think then trading view you have to pay for like premium trading view to like load scripts. I don't think it's available just as like one of like CVVWAP is available as one of their supported, like you can load the script into it. Come on, Jimmy, do something. It's trying. Give it a chance, Daniel. Description. No, you're cool, Anton. I don't mind answering questions. Webull. There's a link below if you want to sign up for it. I like their charting software. I use it occasionally for day trading. I use it for swing trading sometimes just because it's like easier to use, and their fees are actually lower than my other broker. So like if it's like small stuff and I don't want to pay fees, I'll use Webull. But yeah, I like their charting, and they have free charting, which is great. And like their level 2 is like $3 a month. A lot of people charge more, and but level 2 is all crap everywhere. Like no one's getting good level 2 unless you work at like a broker and you're paying tons of money for it. Yeah, I mean everybody wants more volume, Teddy. You can load scripts on a free account. I have it running now for free. Okay, so like tweet me a picture and I'll tell you what it's doing, but I feel like nothing. I feel like it's not doing, because indicators don't do anything when the stock's not doing anything, right? Also, that seems like an indicator. If it is arbitrage between international markets, that's an indicator that would trigger during after hours. It wouldn't trigger, I don't think, during the trading day, because those markets close in the after hours of the U.S. market. So maybe it happens in the pre-market for the U.S. I just don't. I know everybody wants it, but like I just don't want to do it right now. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I'll check out CBVWAP tomorrow. It's added some random characters. Oh, it keeps doing that. So I don't know what the hell's going on with my YouTube links. I think I could just post it in chat there. Maybe it's because I used like Bitly to like shorten it, but there. If you want to sign up for Webull, there's a link. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me know if that works. I think something cool happens for me. Or we both get some free stocks or something. I think you'd get those stocks if you just signed up on your own, also, like without my input. But this way I get some free ones too. Helping out. It's cool. And I love free stock. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, just like I don't know why it's doing that. I'm gonna like retype everything tomorrow so I have it like in a format that I can copy and paste, like maybe in like Notepad or something, so YouTube stops like messing up my copy and pastes. I don't know if it works in the UK, but yeah, let me know. Turn average down from 180. What dip price would you wait for? Average down from 180? I don't know. I mean, I don't. So after the sell off that happened, like with the at the money or at the money offering, which just sold at an average of 157. I don't see us going below like the 165, 170 resistance anytime soon. So I would expect this to just kind of be the price. I mean, somebody just bought 3.5 million shares at an average price of 157. So what does that tell you? That means that the stock is worth more than 157. And then if you look at that, then the next resistance is like 162.50, but we're trading like pretty strongly above that. The stock is already really resilient to dips. And it's becoming like more so every day because of the amount of short interest in it. And so like I don't want to say you can't get a discount and like you can't average down from 180, but it might not be as common as it has been in the past. So you might actually have like a decent price point to enter GME, at least based on today's trading. I mean, 175 happened today, but it's not like we hit like 160, you know? What's the best lesson I had to learn the hard way? Well, luckily for me, I paper traded a really long time before like trading my actual capital, and so like I haven't learned a lot of lessons the hard way. The lesson I should learn and haven't is to stop buying options on gut feelings, but I keep doing it. I keep doing it, and it keeps making me money. And then occasionally it will punish me a small amount, but never in an amount greater than what I've made. So I never really learned the lesson. What's the lesson you had to learn? Anything under 500 is a discount. Damn straight. Wow, I was gone for like 2 hours and everything added up the same as. Yeah, welcome back, Garrett. Maybe the stock can move now. We were all waiting for you. Yeah, we've talked about love, life, films, art. You missed it all. Uh, I don't know if you can have an exit price, Anton. What if your exit price is 10 million and it goes to 20? What if you just hold your shares forever? See, that's the question I want the answer to. Is what happens if I hold my shares till I die? Well, I guess my dependents would get them. But yeah, I think the warbly pipe sound is my air conditioner. Yeah, honestly, like I was telling everybody this earlier. If you look at the chart, currently any price under $480 is a dip buy. But who am I to say? You know? I'm not I'm not you people. I don't know your personal financial situations. If you want to invest in the stock, I would suggest that nobody ever invest more money than they can afford to lose in the stock market. Like, yeah, I see these people on Reddit and like WSB and stuff that like are like, oh, I took out like 2 mortgages on my house, sold my car, I'm walking to work, but I'm invested in XYZ stock. And I'm just like, okay, but that's dumb. Like be in is like if you've been like, oh, I took my savings and YOLO'd it, I'd be like, all right, well, it's your savings. It's not like the place where you live. Like, don't ruin your life because you like believe in like Palantir that week at whatever strike price. But people do it. People do it every day. People have gambling problems. Lower tax implications. Sorry, sirs, I lost my stock in a boating accident. I don't know what that means. I think it did today. I think it froze from no buy or sell orders. Yeah, it happens. There's stocks that like go look at Hathaway. Berkshire Hathaway just like doesn't move like class A stock because like no one's ever buying or selling it. Yeah, I mean, during a short squeeze, like froze. I mean, I tried to watch the VW short squeeze like in real time, like do like a playback of it. But it was like super buggy, so it was hard to tell that like because I wanted to see like how it played, right? Like how it runs and like I don't know. I guess like this is gonna sound stupid, but like get a feel for it and just to like maybe prepare myself. And yeah, the playback was just super buggy, and then I like did something else and forgot about it. Um, oh, that's cool. Yeah, I always wanted to go to like one of the Berkshire shareholder meetings. They look fun. It's like a big like thing. There's a lot of families there, and like really what I want to do is get drunk with businessmen in Omaha and then go cow tipping. And I don't think they're about that, and that makes me sad. I don't own guns or precious metals. Fractional shares. That's a good question. Well, they sell them in blocks, so they'd wait until they accumulated enough fractional shares for one whole share, and then they'd sell that. It happens very quick, though. Are you saying like if the squeeze happens and someone's left holding like a quarter of a share they don't know about? I don't think they're gonna like take that into consideration. Like, because nobody's short a quarter of a share, right? So like, yeah, if I got to get drunk with one person, I'd want it to be like Warren Buffett. That'd be really cool. I just want to get drunk with him and talk stonks and see how he feels about our idiocy. He would call us idiots. Warren Buffett would not approve. I think he would see the value in GME, but he wouldn't like the risk. Don't knock him. He's like one of the greatest investors our markets have ever seen. He knows his shit. Yeah, I want to go to Dairy Queen with Warren and a bottle of scotch and then just like drink and talk about stocks and yell at small children. Uptrend, that was volume. Like a little bit. Our turnaround had some volume on it. I like that. That looked nice. If we could get a little more of that same action and not just that one bar, that'd be fantastic. Otherwise, we will be closing between like 178 and 180. I hope that's a narrow enough price range for everyone here. Let me update Reddit, actually. Oh yeah, I forgot that I can continue to talk while I do this, but I feel like it distracts me, and then I feel guilty for not giving the people of Reddit my full and undivided attention. Are we gonna hang around for after hours? Well, I haven't eaten today, and I'd like to do that. Do you like? Do you want to like see if it jumps? I like the panic that sets in when I'm not around and it jumps after hours. That was fun. That's when everybody's like messaging me on Reddit, like, dude, what the hell's happening? Is the squeeze happening? And I'm like, no, there's no liquidity in the markets in the after hours. There can't be a squeeze. And they're like, how do you know? And I'm like, well, because if you sell a share in aftermarket hours, it takes 10 minutes for someone to buy it. And I was like, now imagine trying to buy thousands and thousands and millions of shares. It's not going to happen. And yeah, it was exciting. It was exciting, fun times. Don't want to watch it rip. It's not ripping hard enough, man. Ugh. Someone want to explain boating accidents to me? Because I'm from like the Northeast, and we don't do these types. We don't boat. I don't like maybe yachting. Like I know what happens in a yachting accident, but I don't know what happens in a boating accident. Is that when the like cops find your stash of guns? Just let me in. I want to be in on the meme. I mean, we're in the death of a thousand cuts phase right now. The shorts keep getting screwed over and over and over again. Oh, I see. I don't understand the big deal. Like, why does everybody want a gun It's just like, meh. Like, is the AR-15 that great? Maybe. I want a Winchester lever action. That's what I want. Because I think it looks cool when you stand around with them. And it looks fun. Like, I'd want to do that, like, thing where they, like, slap it against their hand to, like, cock it. And, like... It's easy to find ammo for the AR-15. Yeah, I want to put it on my saddle as I become a American horse pirate. So, like, when they come to confiscate the weapons that you have registered, and then, like, you're like, oh, yeah, it fell out of my boat. They're never like, okay, we're gonna check. They're just like, oh, cool, that sounds like a totally legitimate story. Funny, everyone's been having so many boating accidents lately. Like, every house we go to, they're like, oh, sorry, lost it in a boating accident. Like, where's this lake that everyone's going to? And, like, or like chucking their guns in the ocean. Somalia. They have a lot of guns in the ocean there, but we won't talk about that. They have a stock market, by the way, if anyone's interested. You can invest in pirates and they will, there's some people have seen returns on the investments. I can't promise that, your invested capital will be used in the way that you expect and that you won't be investigated by, like, the FBI, but you can invest in Somali pirates. It's a possibility. Gun Lake's an actual lake in Michigan. Is it full of guns? Because if it's not, then that's a stupid name, unless it's shaped like one. I don't know. I feel like I'd rather have an M16A2 or like an AK-74. Or you actually, you know what gun? Like, I'm not like a big gun owner or anything, but if I had to have a gun, I want a P90. I want 50 rounds of ammo at just like an absurd rate of fire, and like on a gun that I can fit in my pocket, but has essentially no recoil. It's just like, it's the perfect weapon in my mind. And oh, yeah, and it uses rifle ammo. So it's just like, what? So it's not only accurate over long distances, it's a bullpup design. So the recoil's minimal. It carries 50 rounds. It's just, it's so sick. And it looks cool as hell. Yeah, but I don't want it to be semi-automatic because then it's lame. Like, oh, I have to squeeze the trigger every time I want a bullet to come out. No, that's not that's not the life for me. I don't want some like dumbed down version of the gun I own. I'm sure in one of the 50 states I can have an automatic weapon. No, you can't. I think there's like a federal law against it. Maybe in like a different country. Maybe if I like moved to Russia. You have to have a permit. I don't know a lot about gun ownership. Yeah, but doesn't it have to be like for display purposes or like something like that to get that permit? See, I've only lived in California and New York. You basically just can't own guns in those states. Well, I mean, am I going to care how much the ammo costs after GME squeezes? I don't think so. Oh, also, if anybody wants to donate, or subscribe, that's all down below. There's a Ko-Fi link for our donations. They're appreciated, and subscribe if you want to see more of me every day, because I'll be here from 9 a.m. to 4. I love how everyone's like, oh, that's why. I mean, let me tell you though, if I want a P90 in California or New York, it's probably easier to get than in any other state. I just have to know the right people. Why are we short on ammo? What are we doing with it? Is the military wasting our ammo? Probably. Why am I looking at the order book? Is there a sell wall? Did something happen? The order book never has useful information. These are just limits. These are like limit sells that people have posted, right? And so like sell side will stack little ones for like $25 so the price doesn't climb too fast. And buy side will stack little ones so the price doesn't drop too fast. And nothing ever happens and they just stare at each other. But yeah, there's absolutely jack shit going on in the order book. Were you in a coma in 2020? No. I was just inside my house. I mean, I thought that's like something we made in America. It's like guns and ammo, and we sell them to everybody. If we're not doing that anymore, what have we become as a country? This is degrading into a fight about who's got more ammo. And I care more about who has more GME. What's everyone afraid of? The apocalypse? I don't think it matters how many guns you have. I think it matters how many people are at your command that own guns. GME needs more ammo. GME does need more ammo, but like on the buy side, I think the shorts have used up most of theirs. Yeah, UK makes a lot of like arms also. Big arms manufacturer. It's like a big part of the GDP, right? Thank you for the donation. Oscar Too Wild. If your channel grows, I'm holding you to the rare pickle shelf. Well, thank you very much, Oscar. I appreciate that. It always helps out if anybody donates. I use Ko-Fi because they don't charge like a fee, and I'm not monetized on YouTube yet. It's gonna happen though. We're gonna get 1,000 subs, and we're gonna be like, oh yeah, we're cool. And then Jimmy will squeeze, and none of us will ever come back. I wish I had more to talk about with the stock, but I don't. So we're just going to continue talking about arms and arm trades. And really, what I'm trying to figure out from this is where can I invest money into arms? You know what this is starting to sound like? Doesn't I feel like England manufactures. Yeah, I think England manufactures a lot of arms. Any predictions of when Jimmy hasn't made up plans for the 500 million they just raised? They're using it for their transformation. So they're gonna take that money and invest it into becoming an e-commerce powerhouse for gaming. And I think they're, with that amount of capital and Ryan Cohen at the head, I think they're pretty well positioned. Rumors about Riot? What? Frank, care to expand? Are you talking about Riot, like Riot blockchain, the stock? Or are you talking about riots, like people running rampant through the streets? I'm going to buy water. I'm going to buy as much water as my gains will allow me to buy. I'm going to parcel it out to everybody as I see fit. That's my plan. I'm going to own all the water. Maybe in a country. Maybe I'll buy all the water in one country. I just need one, right? I'm also gonna create a cryptocurrency based around water. And it will become more valuable than gold. Have I seen the lumber prices? No. But I don't build a lot. Yeah, pickle coin. I also want to invest in whatever company wants to like go outside of the planet, grab an asteroid full of water and drag it into our orbit because they're going to make a bunch of money too. Damn, Jacob. That's harsh. I mean, there's a lot of things that are strong in a crash. Is this a breakout? I see volume. Oh, this is exciting. Oh. I can't describe this feeling. It's arousal. I'm aroused. GME has aroused me. Look at all that volume. This is a spike previously unheard of. But we need more. It can't just be one candle of volume. Every time we do this, it's just one candle. And then the next candle has none. It's just like one dude bought 50,000 shares, and then that's it. I will tell you the volume on that candle. It was 50,607, then 20,245, 254 for those last two. We need more. Are we going to close at exactly 180.01? $1,200. Guys, I'd ask you kindly to please not harass Elon Musk. He's here to support the movement. And what sell wall? Oh, it's tiny. Come on, it's only 1,200 shares. There's just an order just went through for 179.86 for 1,000. Like, that's a minute. I wouldn't call that a sell wall. everyone has different data sources. So if you see variance in the data, that's just because like they report differently, they update differently. If you look back at the candles over time, it'll change as more information comes in about that tick. I'm not going to not look at the charts. I know Warden did that or pretended to, but I'm going to stare at them intently until the stock stops moving. That's my game plan. And I feel like that causes the largest amount of upswings in GameStop. Like Warden did this for a month and he didn't look at the stock and it never went up. And I did it yesterday and we're up $20. So maybe you want me staring at the stock. No, I'm just kidding. That wasn't Warden's fault. Consolidation isn't anybody's fault. I remember in March where we ripped through like there was like a 60K sell wall and it just disappeared. Like it didn't disappear. Like they didn't pull it. It just got bought through in like a hot second. Were you staring after hours? Of course, man. I never stop looking at my stocks. I was staring in after hours. I was staring in pre-market. I watched the gap up occur. I'm staring at it right now. It once, it like when you've been doing this a long time, you can start to like, I don't know how to describe it besides like a gut feeling of how the market reacts, but like that's what it is. It's just like a combination of knowledge and experience that like you can't like I guess you can't explain and you can't learn it overnight, but like this stock wants to be up so badly. It it just wants to trend up and it wants people to buy it and shoot it through the stratosphere. Like it doesn't want to be down at all. It's like they push it down and it's just like it just climbs right back up on like way less volume than it went down on. I had no. So fun fact, I had Google Lens and I broke them. And they also were weird and I think messed up my right eyeball a little bit. But we're not gonna like sometimes like my right eyeball will twitch now. And I don't know if I should sue Google or just be like mad at them. I think I'm just gonna be mad at them though. I'm not really a litigious person. Yes, that's the correct word. Beach ball in water. So I don't want to sue him. It's like, it sounds like a lot of my time. For what? Put that money into Jamie? I don't think the case would be settled in time. Maybe Google would just like, I would just like call them angry and Google would be like, hey, how about this? How about 10,000 shares of our common stock? And that would be like, that sounds great. Let's never go to court. I'll sign whatever you want. But that's not going to happen. Buy puts on Google, not financial advice. Thank you, Guatem Valuri. That was funny. Strax, short him. Yeah, I mean, shorting Google's played out well for a lot of people. I don't think that stock does a lot anymore, but they just keep like growing, right? Like they're never going to stop growing because they're a monopoly. Am I allowed to say Google's a monopoly on YouTube? That's not Google. I need to look up Alphabet. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to search actual Google. That hasn't been a stock in so long. Goog. Yeah, Google's just has it had any price action like this year? It just goes up. See, it just like grows. It just doesn't ever stop this. And it'll keep doing that forever. They also don't release a lot of like they don't dilute their stock a lot anymore. And I respect companies that don't do that. I'm coming back. Coming back. We're still not doing anything. Oh well. It's pronounced Gotham. Oh, okay. Your name. I'm sorry. Gotham. Okay. Is it like Gotham or Gotham? Like the city Gotham or Gotham? Like G-O-T apostrophe E-M. Banned. Oof, sorry, that's a ban. Who did I get banned by? When the squeeze it'll happen, all of them will go down as the hedge funds have to liquidate the other positions. So puts on Google's puts on anything. I mean, ideally you'd put puts like on like things that are guaranteed to go down, right? Like you could just like place puts on ETFs that track all those stocks in one basket, right? Or you could have like there's like inverse ones that have like a ratio that's higher, so like they'll go down even faster than the stock, the underlying. So like they'll go down at 2 times the rate and you can make even more money. There's a lot of ways to make money off market crash if you're positioned properly, but once it starts crashing, it's just like at the beginning of the day you said the hedgies had an infinite number of synthetic shares to drive GME down. Can you expand? So it's a long conversation. If you click on my Reddit account, you can read through the kind of speculative DD I did on that subject. But there's something that occurs that I noticed with the short shares, and that they are accruing what appears to be like inflation. I guess inflation is the only word I could really use to describe it. So the more shorts they use, the less they seem to have an effect. So and inflationary implies that more are being made. And so I kind of got into like a speculative DD on like how they're creating more shares to short, even though the float's like maxed out. And so, yeah, if you check out my Reddit, you can read through that. It's not a long read, but it's like a little too long for me to go over on stream. Again, I have no proof of my theories in that. And so do not take them as fact. And if you could, please don't spread those ideas as fact. They're merely just like a talking point for, people to discuss. It's actually Kirsten with an R before and after the I. I like it. Kirsten. Ugh, Spy dragging GME down. Lots of red candles. No, because GME's not being dragged down. We're down like $1.40 from 180, which was our peak for the last hour and a half. So I wouldn't say dragged down. The SPY is not even being dragged down. It's testing all-time highs. We're doing great. If we close at 180, remember, we're up 6%. That's a winning day. Any day you close up, you won in this war. This is a war of attrition. And if anybody doesn't know what that means that you should look up the word attrition. Yeah, it is diminishing returns, but it is also inflationary. Currently working on TD about Citadel's latest filings. All their 13Fs look like they first shorted the stock and then they bought in. I wouldn't be surprised if there's hedge funds that are short and long simultaneously on GME. You do have to like try to understand how hedge, it's right in the title, hedge funds position themselves in the market, and they do hedge their own bets. And so you can bet if GME goes down, they have a plan to make money off that. And you can bet if it goes up, they have a plan to make money off that as well. Yeah. Every direction a stock can trade even sideways, there's money to be made. Market makers make tons of money off sideways chop. Like this kind of stuff, this is great for them. They sell calls and options, and none of them ever get fulfilled, and they just collect premiums like nobody's business. Like if I was a market maker this last month, I would love GME. The premium options through the roof. The stock movement sideways. Just so much money to be made. Yeah, it would mean 200 plus on Thursday. It is. It's whoever starts just sooner. And I think a lot of the short positions presume that boredom is their best tool. And it's a good tool. Don't get me wrong. Some people are in this that don't have maybe the financial liquidity to hold their position, right? And so for those people, maybe they have to sell, to feed their family or paper hand or whatever you want to call it, like because they invested more than they could afford. They invested on emotion and not on the fundamentals, and they didn't think about their investment before they placed it, and that happens. And I think some people in GME are in that position, and those are the people most at danger of losing to the boredom that's being created because they don't have the capital to hold out. And the people that do, I mean, are going to stay in it. But anybody they can get rid of, any hodler that they can knock off the ship, they're going to try any way they can. Yeah, me too. It's, I mean, luckily for me, some of my position in GME was reasonably priced. Some of it wasn't, but some of it was very very cheap. Um, but I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie, I sold some of my GME back in January during that. Like, of course, like I took some profits, but you know, at that time we saw like $1,000 as being like the holy grail of where the stock could be, and a lot of the fundamentals and information on the company have drastically changed since then, and so the price target's gone higher and higher. But I like the stock, so I'm still in it. And I know on like our GME a little while ago, people were coming and like helping out anybody who was like holding and needed help because they'd put all their money in GME. But I mean, that's a bad position to be in. I don't know what to say about it. I invested in GME like what I could afford to invest. I'm not overextended into it. Red chest queen comment about the auto mod issues. No, I didn't. I could look. Is it like in my post? Wow. I mean, we got 5 minutes to market close. I'm gonna update the Reddit and then edit post. Just let me update this. Just real quick before market close. Just updating Reddit real quick, guys. I wonder if we'll have more price action in the aftermarket, like we did yesterday. So sometimes you'll see that, and it's because the short pressure is a bit relieved in the aftermarket also, which is always interesting on stocks that are like overly shorted. You'll see them like kind of jump up a little bit in the aftermarket. Let's see what she said. Yeah, I didn't see her comment on Reddit there. I updated the post. There's a game afoot. This isn't gonna launch until somebody wants it to launch. I mean, that's been the case for weeks. I don't think that's like new information. The game has been afoot for since like the stock went up to 350 and shot back down. Like not a lot of our situation's changing, and that's kind of led to like a lot of like circular logic in GameStop, and that like you just see information getting passed around in circles because like we need something to do, we're bored. Share recall would be awesome. BlackRock recalls 9 million shares after they lent them all out. It'd be a good play. I'd do it. It's not the first time that strategy's occurred, but this may be the first time any position's ever been leveraged to that extent. I was mad about that 350 price drop because I had a trailing stop loss because I just thought we were running. And it ended up selling my shares at like, I think it was like 285. Well, not all of them, but some of them. I put all that money back in once it bottomed out at like, I think I bought it back in at 120. So I ended up with more shares than I had originally, but I was still mad about it. I was mad that it dropped. I just wanted it to moon so I could move on with my life. 2021, the year of watching GameStop slowly tick its way across charts. What is this dip? It's a dip for ants. We're $3 down from a VWAP. People on Wall Street don't learn, especially if they're like hard into a position. They just keep leveraging and leveraging and leveraging and leveraging everything they can into that position. I mean, I don't think it's a big dip. I mean, it's not even the low for the day. It's just because I'm zoomed in. Oh, it's zoom out. Keep calm and zoom out. That's my advice. Because I can zoom out to here, and then you really won't be worried. Because look where we are. We're up here. That's us. How's that make people feel? It's just a 1 minute chart. It's like a $3 price movement. There's not even volume on these. Like, I mean, there's a little, but like very little. Like 3,000, like not even 100,000 in volume. Some of that's buy volume. She was 100% Magikarp waiting to evolve. Yeah. Someone throw a rock at it. I don't. So, Mark, just because, like, Citigroup's doing things doesn't mean that this is the shady thing they're tied up in, right? There's a lot of shady things going on. I'm pretty sure the Treasury like market's been shorted heavily as well. So there's other problems besides GME. The market's full of like illegal shit. Nice. Yeah, we're not. I mean, we just don't have the capital to like move the stock like that. When we all bought in back in like January and the big like when retail FOMOs, it has a lot of power. And that's what's so scary for the shorts is like when we all are like, okay, where's the last like how can I scrounge up this last share of GameStop? That's when we really make the price move, and that's the point at which they want the price to move the least. And so that's what's really frightening for them is that we have like this unpredictable massive buying power that they don't have any knowledge of or control of. Like they can play like tactics with other hedge funds because they know how to play that game. But how do you predict like just everybody like tweeting something and being like, we're buying this right now? You can't. They have no control over it, and they have like no way to predict it, and no computer simulation can predict it because it's just a pure emotional purchasing power. And that's very scary if like what you do is make money in the markets. Ding ding. All right, all done, guys. Yeah, I gotta close at exactly 178 as well. So I feel like I called the range pretty well. We had a good day. Thank you all for tuning in. If you can and you haven't, drop a like, subscribe, um, for more content, and if you feel like you want to support the channel, you can check that out down below. Our Ko-Fi link is there, and we also have a new Discord if you want to join that. Thank you guys all so much. You have a great day. See you tomorrow morning.